With Christmas in July approaching, the Phillies were looking for a few surprises. It was no surprise that Roy Halladay was dominating with a big swing off the bench added the extra boost to a much-needed offense. The gift of pitching continued with Kyle's return, and the explosion of offense began to spread Halladay cheer while spreading hits up and down the lineup. The Christmas in July weekend has been a festive one so far. Now, like most holidays, a familiar face returns home. Three games does not make a turnaround, but as hot as the weather has been here in Philadelphia, that's how hot the Phillies' offense has been the last couple of days against the Colorado Rockies. Coming up is Game 3 of this 4-game series this afternoon at Citizens Bank Park. Hi, everybody. I'm Tom McCarthy, along with Gary Matthews. Chris Wheeler will be along in just a little bit. Well, there's no doubt, Sarge, the offense has been sizzling hot these last 2 games against the Rockies, but how about the starting pitching the last 3 games? The Phillies have won 3 straight.
Yeah, well, what they're doing is they're giving them a chance to win the ball game by going deep. That's what you're supposed to do. Give them that kind of effort. Now, take a look there at the graphic. You'll see exactly what I'm talking about. Don't have to look any further than right there at that earned run average there, 0.39. That's going to get the job done, even if that offense isn't working there, Tom.
How about just 12? Well, today it's the return of Jay Happ, who Sarge says he wants to be relevant again to this team.
Yeah, well, he wants to come back and help. You're absolutely right. It's been a long time since April since he hasn't pitched there. Take a look there at the highlights. Wasn't all that good, though, when he was there, but he does have some good stuff, meaning the breaking ball. He can spot his fastball. And remember, in April, you're starting to build up your arm in order to go longer in the game there. He does have that nice cutter. Again, the breaking ball, he keeps guys off balance. That was a cutter in on the hands there. He was in a little bit of trouble as he ended up getting out of that. Now, in his 2 starts, well, that's what I was telling you. Not all that impressive, although he was 1-0. What I don't like, though, when he started there his second game, those 6 walks. Going to have to do better than that, Tom, if he's going to be able to compete today.
Yeah, that last start, that second start against the Washington Nationals, that's when the forearm really started to bother him, and that's when the walks took place. And, all right, Sarge, you saw the number of rehab starts he had. What does it mean for him to get back out there today?
Well, I don't think he's going to be nervous. Don't think he's going to be nervous at all. I think he's probably a little bit angry that he hasn't pitched so far, and he's going to want to come back and help. I think once that first inning is over, he's going to settle down. Hopefully he'll be able to pitch the way that he's capable. Don't know how many innings he's going to pitch. I think you're going to have to wait and see. Charlie's going to go as the game goes, see how he throws. If he throws good, keeps those walks down, he should be fine.
Well, his last start in the minor leagues, he went only 3 innings, but the starts before that, the 2 starts before that, he threw at least 100 pitches. So he feels comfortable this afternoon against the Rockies. He'll be opposed by another left-hander who the Phillies haven't seen in a couple of years. It's Jeff Francis who gets the baseball for Jim Tracy's squad. Well, Jay Happ is hoping the offense continues its hot stroking. And again, Ryan Howard has been smoking hot over the last 6 weeks. We'll see if that continues as the lineups will be introduced. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Budweiser, official beer of the thirst inning. Budweiser, it's what we do. By Southwest Airlines. Want to see what a real airline is like? Go to southwest.com. Grab your bag. It's on. By Toyota. There are many reasons to buy a Toyota, and now's the perfect time to get yours during Toyota's National Clearance Event. By Xfinity, it's TV, phone, and internet reinvented from Comcast. By Citizens Bank, with the most 7-day branches in the Philadelphia area. And by Independence Blue Cross. We're here for you every step of the way. On a hot afternoon, those fans are going to come in very handy as Jay Happ makes his return to the Phillies lineup. Speaking of lineups, let's take a look at the Rockies lineup. It's brought to you by Xfinity, only from Comcast. Leading it off in center field, Dexter Fowler. Jonathan Herrera, the second baseman, bats second. Carlos Gonzalez hits third, followed by Melvin Moore, the cleanup batter. Ryan Spilborghs is in right field batting fifth. Ian Stewart makes the start at third base. He'll bat sixth. Batting seventh is Miguel Olivo, the catcher. Hitting eighth is the shortstop, Clint Barmas. And batting ninth and pitching is left-hander Jeff Francis. And they will indeed face left-hander Jay Happ, who is making only his third major league start of the season. And Wheels, at the beginning of the year, if you asked Jay Happ how many starts he would have by the end of July, I'm not sure if 3 would be the number.
Well, exactly, Tom. You know, he worked so hard last year to get a chance to be in the rotation. He came to spring training this year. He basically had the club won. It was his job to lose, and then he started to struggle with his command. And, you know, he kind of put that on the Southwest Airlines scouting report. What happens? It's been so long since his last major league appearance, and I don't think anybody has any idea what's going to happen out here today, except that they wish for the best for Jay Happ because everybody likes him so much and they want him to get back here and help him.
Well, one of the keys in his last couple of outings has been his fastball and the velocity behind that fastball. That one right there is at 89 miles per hour. In his last couple of starts, his fastball has been around 92, 93 at times, which is a huge increase from where it was in previous games.
Yeah, and I don't know that in the big leagues that he ever was around 92, 93 all that much. You know, he's always been an 88 to 91 fastball guy. You know, he came up with a cutter. He throws a little bit of a sinker now. You know, velocity has never been the thing that's going to get him here or keep him here.
That one just missed off the outside corner at 91, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes.
That's him. I mean, that's Jay Happ, you know, and if he goes higher than that, that's fine. But his key is to not throw the ball up in the strike zone because high fastballs from a guy like him leave the ballpark.
And a good off-speed pitch swung on it, missed. Fowler is the first strikeout victim for Jay Happ. 1 away here in the first.
Yeah, he had a good changeup in spring training along with a cutter and a sinker that he worked on. Fastball changeup had been the 2 pitches for him, and then he's added the cutter. That was a changeup, it looked like. And he's added the cutter and the sinker a little bit, you know, to give him 2 different fastballs.
Well, here's Jonathan Herrera, and Herrera takes one a little high, and it's 1 ball and no strikes. Jay yesterday had one of the great quotes when I was talking to him about coming back and getting a chance to pitch here with the Phillies. And he delivers a fastball for a strike. He said, and he's a smart guy. He said, I want to be relevant again to this team just because he's been on the disabled list so long. I just thought that was a great line. It was short and it was right to the point.
Well, he has a Big Ten education. I mean, you know, he said he's a smart guy, and it's true. He's a Northwestern guy, college kid. Here's his career numbers. And he is one of the nicest people you ever want to meet. Polite, respectful. He loves the game. He likes to be around the game, and I'm sure he's really missed it. And we've all missed him being around.
You know, he said also yesterday that the injury, which was a left forearm strain, was probably worse than he even thought. And he's taken some tactics to try to make sure that doesn't happen anymore. A little number foul. That got the piece of Carlos Ruiz. And it remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. On the Toyota Major League scoreboard, Brian McCann has continued his hot hitting. An RBI in the top of the first inning has given the Braves a 1-0 lead against the Marlins, and that one's gone to the second. Another grand slam for the Braves yesterday that broke a 5-5 tie.
Well, that game was 5-2 when the inning started. I was watching it.
Fly ball to right, and Jason Worth moves in a couple steps.
It was 5-2 going into the 8th inning, and it really looked like Florida had that game under control. And their bullpen imploded. Cantu had a tough time at third base making plays, and Conrad hit another grand slam.
Yeah, there was a point yesterday where it looked like the Phillies were going to be 5 games out in the East. Instead, 6 games back of the Braves, 3.5 games behind the Giants in the wild card.
Look out in the stands right now, you get seasick. Those fans going out there.
Yeah, the fans that they gave out before the game. 2 outs. Here's Carlos Gonzalez. Gonzalez 5 for 13 against the Phillies this year. And he takes a fastball in tight, 1 ball and no strikes. Overall in the series, Gonzalez is 2 for 8. Phillies starting pitching has really done the job against the Rockies in the first 2 games.
Has a little cutter by Happ, or maybe they call it a slider. You know, it broke with a real late movement away, and that's a great pitch for him to have to both left and right-handed hitters.
1 ball, 1 strike the count. That one's up and away, and that just got away. Well, the temperatures today are in the 90s. There's some storms in the area, but the fans are using those fans that they gave out before the game just to try to cool themselves off.
Yeah, it could be one of those days, where you could potentially have a stoppage and need your bullpen. We'll see. So they really would like to get some innings out of Jay Happ just in case that were to happen.
I feel like we're in Atlanta. Usually in Atlanta you see all those fans going.
You know what I mean? You look down the stands and you feel like you got to break out the Dramamine.
Yeah, it's all over. 2-2 the count to Gonzalez. And a call, strike 3. Fastball the outside corner, 93 from Jay Happ. And it's a 1-2-3 top of the first. A nice return for Jay here at the top of the first inning. 2 strikeouts and a flyout. We go to the bottom of the first. At least over the last 14 innings or so. We'll see if he can do it again today. Let's take a look at Charlie's lineup. It's brought to you by Xfinity, only from Comcast. Leading it off at shortstop is Jimmy Rollins. Shane Victorino's back in the 2-hole, playing center field. Placido Polanco hits third. He's at second base. Ryan Howard, the first baseman, bats cleanup. Jason Worth is in right field batting fifth. Ben Francisco starts in left. He'll hit sixth. And then the bottom third at Cody Ransom, Carlos Ruiz, and Jay Happ. And they will face 29-year-old left-hander Jeff Francis, who missed all of last season with shoulder problems. He's making his 13th starts. It's coming off the DL this year.
This guy was a really good pitcher at one time before the injuries started to wear him down. He's not going to blow you away, but he has very good command of his pitches. Those are the numbers on it. Here's our scouting report on him from Southwest Airlines. Four-seam fastball, probably top off around 90, but he has a really good changeup and breaking ball.
Well, Jimmy Rollins leads it off for the Phillies. What a day Jimmy had yesterday. He was 3 for 5 with 3 RBIs. And he and Ryan Howard running the bases with their 3 base hits yesterday. That one's in the air to left. Not that deep. Playable for Carlos Gonzalez or Barmes, the shortstop. It's Gonzalez. And there's one out.
Barmes was more than happy to get called off that. You could see he was fighting that sun then.
Jeff Francis, as we said, 29 years old, a former first-round pick by the Colorado Rockies. He won 17 games for the Rockies back in 2007 when they went to the World Series. In fact, he was the first Canadian pitcher ever to pitch in a World Series game. He pitched very well against the Phillies here at Citizens Bank Park during the postseason that year, went 6 innings, allowed 4 hits and 2 runs, and got the victory. He pitched through 2008 with some shoulder problems, and after trying to rehab that shoulder without surgery, he decided in February of 2009 to have surgery. And that put him on the shelf for all of last year and part of this season. Lucky McDonald's Phillies home run jackpot contestant is Lorraine Powell of Cherry Hill. If the Phillies hit a home run in today's ball game, then Lorraine will win $100.
Whoops.
Went right on by Miguel Oliva. Just a bit outside, as Bob Uecker would say.
And it's great to have Bob back in baseball. I saw that story about him. Came back Friday night with the Brewers. And I'm sure the Milwaukee fans are happy to have him back, and everybody in the sport is.
Swing and a miss, and Victorino's down swinging for the second out. So 2 away, and the first strikeout for Francis.
Francis throws a fastball at 88 off the plate, and he chases it.
Oh, and 2 away. Here's Placido Polanco hitting third today. Raul Ibanez has done a nice job the last couple of days, and really over the last couple of weeks batting third, but he's off with the left-hander on the hill, and Polanco slides down to the 3 spot.
And Charlie's not going to get into this platoon whether or not that's what he's planning on doing. He's going game to game. He likes the way he's swinging left-handed right now, Ibanez. Probably like to keep him away from left-handers a little bit right now because he's in a decent groove. He hit that ball out of the ballpark. That was long too in the facing of the upper deck and bounced back down. So, plus he gets Francisco some at bats this way. And the whole Polanco thing playing second base is something else we can get into.
3-0 the count to Polanco. Well, Charlie said that Polanco is the third baseman, but we said over the last couple of days if he thinks that Polly playing second will help him win a game, well, then he's going to put him at second base.
Well, he thinks that Valdez is wearing down too. He just thinks he played him way too much, and he thinks that he needs to get him out of games, and he can put Polanco at second once in a while and give up some defense at third for offense and get through it.
3-1 was the count as he lifts that one to right field. Backing up on it is Spilborghs, and he makes the catch, and the side is retired. 1, 2, 3 go the Phils in their half of the first. We've completed one here in Philadelphia. Rockies nothing, Phillies nothing. The Arizona Diamondbacks are in town beginning Tuesday at 7:05. Tickets available for all 3 games, including Thursday at 7:05. It's 1980s retro night. That's right, when the Rubik's Cube was big and when Sarge was wearing a Phillies uniform and when L.A. was wearing the powder blues. Eric and Z out there enjoying the ball game tonight. There's going to be a lot happening here at the ballpark. An 80s dance party up on the rooftop, plus cash scramble down on the field. That's right, Bull was wearing those baby blues during the 80s. We begin the second, and Melvin Mora leads it off for the Rockies. Mora hitting .253 this year. He's hitting .214 this season as the Rockies clean up batter. Gets that one the opposite way. Gobbled up by Ryan Howard. And one away. Ryan's made some pretty good plays over at first during this series.
Seems like, you know, I think defense, obviously hitting's confidence, but you can get into defensive funks too, where don't hit it to me, please. And you know you're going to get the in-between hop. Something's going to go wrong. And right now he looks like he thinks he can catch everything. And, you know, he hasn't had to throw a whole lot to second base because that can be a problem for him sometimes. But just catching the ball, he looks really comfortable.
Here's Ryan Spilborghs with one away. And Spilborghs takes a changeup inside. 1 ball and no strikes. Spilborghs 4 for 7 against the Phillies. He has enjoyed his time hitting not only here, but also overall against the Phillies. That one's to straightaway center field. That's pretty well hit. Victorino's on the run. Back to the infield, and it's going to take a hop off the top of the wall. Hit that ball pretty hard.
Yeah, it looked like a changeup. Something off speed. We'll see if we see on a replay. But it was up and out over the plate a little bit, and it's almost like the wind took a little bit too. The wind all of a sudden has really started to blow hard from left to right. See right here? It's a changeup, and it's high. And, you know, Shane, I think Shane thought he had a shot at it at first. He kept turning around and taking a look. And it just picked up, hit the base of the fence out there.
So Spilborghs is in scoring position with his 9th double of the year. And here's Ian Stewart, who was hitting 6 straight. And overall hitting .259 with 14 home runs.
It was very still here when the game started or earlier today. And now the wind's starting to blow fairly hard from left to right, which, you know, is probably a precursor of some stuff that's going to arrive later.
I thought the second inning yesterday, Wheels, was the turning point for Kyle Kenrick. A leadoff double by Seth Smith in that second, and then a ground out, a strikeout of Chris Iannetta, which was a huge at bat.
Yeah, the strikeout.
And then a ground out again.
Right, the strikeout, Tom, as you said, you know, that was the thing. Because that's not Kendrick's MO to get a strikeout. And they did the right thing. You know, the leadoff double, they got him over, and you figure you're going to get a run out of that. And Kyle got the strikeout. He did a tremendous job. First couple innings getting out of some trouble, and then they got him all those runs, and then he front ran with it very well, threw a lot of strikes.
And he was around the strike zone even in the first couple of innings, even though he ran some deep counts. So anyway, here in the second, it's a little different story today because there's 1 out with a runner at second base. But let's see if it could be the turning point of today's ball game. Oh, and 2 the count to Stewart. A little high and inside, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Good 0-2 pitch if they tried to do that. You know, just move his feet a little bit, change his eye level, and he has a decent slider, cutter, whatever it is today that he may be able to go away from, get it out here.
Try to go inside again. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Stewart is 3 for 8 in this series against the Phillies with a home run, and it was a long one.
This guy's a good hitter. One of those underrated players.
Back toward the middle. That's a base hit. Spilborghs held up at second, and he's being held at third. Shane kind of backed up on it, but still made a good throw. And the runner's on first and third.
And he didn't read that right away. I don't know whether he thought somebody could catch that since it was a line drive. And he just froze out there, so there's no way they could score him. See right here. Now, I don't know. I mean, you know, the ball was a line drive base hit off the bat. And here's another look at it. See, he freezes, and then he looks back.
Well, that's fortunate for the Phillies, but I can't imagine he thought that was going to be caught. So now runners on first and third with 2 outs.
We've talked about it a lot of times. That base running is not good in Major League Baseball. You know, it's one of those things that gets neglected because guys want to hit home runs. And base running wins and loses games for you. And the better you run the bases and the more you care about running the bases, the better the team you are.
1-0 the count to Olivo. I said no outs. There's one down. Phillies are at double play depth with runners at first and third. And it's inside. 2 balls and no strikes. See the setup defensively for the Phillies with Polanco, 2-time Gold Glover, in a little bit at second. Jimmy Rollins in a little bit at short.
You don't lose anything at defense. You put him at second.
Three 3-0 the count.
Missing his spots now in this inning.
He's going to work from the stretch for the first time. He's got Barmes waiting on deck. And ball 4. So the bases are loaded. Last outing that Happ had in the big leagues, he had trouble with his control. He had walked 6.
They'll be writing down some notes. There's a 4-seam fastball. There's a 2-seamer. You know, guys have a different way of doing it as far as where they place their index finger. There's the curveball. That's pretty standard. And that's a cutter. And that, of course, is done, you know, with a release. And with the way they release that thing, it spins like a fastball, a regular fastball, and then has late movement.
Oh, with the bases loaded again, the Phillies are double play depth here in the top of the second. And the batter is Clint Barmes. With 1 away, the pitch is at the knees for a strike, and it's 0-1. Quick visit to the mound by Ruiz, maybe to settle him down a little bit.
Yeah, and just, you know, damage control right now. You give up a run here, fine. Just don't give up a big inning because the pitcher's on deck. You know, go get this guy, even if he hits a fly ball. So what? It's 1-0, and you have 2 outs.
Well, the outfield is not that deep in center and right. That one tailed away, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike.
You know, it's not like you're at a part in the game where you think, I got to strike this guy out right now. I can't allow a run. You can allow a run here. It's the second inning. What you don't want to do is allow 3 or 4.
See the splits for Barmes, over 300 against left-handers. And on the inside corner, that's a good spot. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes.
This guy behind the plate staying with Happ, too, considering that he's all over the place right now, because that was a strike, and it didn't have to be, because he's had the umpire and everybody's head bobbing and weaving down there.
DJ Rayburn is the home plate umpire. The crew chief is Darrell Cousins over at third. Marvin Hudson at second. Jim Wolf at first. 1-2 the count to Barmes. And he stays alive. DJ Rayburn was a topic of conversation during the offseason. If you recall, there was an incident that took place in the Dominican Republic where the umpires were, there were 4 umpires from the United States who were part of an incident during the Dominican baseball season, and Rayburn was right in the middle of it. Well, one of the managers in the Dominican Republic took a swing at him.
That was Offerman, wasn't it?
Yep, Jose Offerman. Inside and low, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Anyway, Offerman was banned for life from the Dominican Republic as a manager. And DJ Rayburn and the rest of the umpires who were part of that crew resigned after filing the report the next day. Scary.
Yeah, that is.
2-2 the count to Barmes. And he stays alive. He just got a piece of it and shoots it foul. Barmes did not play in the first game of this series because he has been struggling. And you see the number of pitches that Happ has thrown in this inning. Splits are a little different than what he had in the first inning when he retired the side in order.
Once again, as Rich Doobie looks on, this is such an important hitter for him here not to get hurt with a pitcher on deck.
In the air to center field. Victorino comes charging in, now stops. He's under it, makes the catch. Tagging from third is Spilborghs. The throw rightfully goes toward third. It's a sac fly for Barmes, and the Rockies lead it 1-0.
And that's okay. You know, that's what we were just talking about. That. So what? You throw a fly ball here, they get a run, it's 1-0. You have the pitcher up, and hopefully you get him out. And what could have been a big inning turns into 1-0 in the second. And that's maturity on a pitcher. That's damage control, the kind of things you have to learn how to do.
Well, it's only the third run, or excuse me, the second run allowed by Charlie Manuel's starting staff in the last 4 games. And overall, just the third run in the last 40 innings by the staff overall. They've been pretty good. And Francis takes a fastball for a strike. It's 0-1.
Yeah, they did a great job in that game in St. Louis with 11 scoreless innings. And then, of course, Halladay and Hamels were tremendous in their starts. And Kyle did a good job yesterday.
Francis is 0 for 14 this season.
Right, that's where you just go get him now, and it's 1-0.
He has walked 4 times, though. Ow, that's kind of odd, isn't it?
It is. You think, you know, he does make contact, though. He's only struck out 3 times.
0-2 the count. Oh, that one just missed a little low.
Got that pitch in the first inning. That was right where the pitch was to Gonzalez.
Runners lead off. Over to second base. To his left, Polanco. He's got it. And the side is retired. The Rockies do take the early lead with the run on 2 hits. They strand 2. Middle of the second. It's the Rockies 1 and the Phils nothing.
First baseman Ryan.
Do you ever need a laugh when you get home from work? Well, Charlie, Alan, and Jay can certainly take care of that. Catch Philly's favorite comedy, 2.5 Men. Weeknights at 6:30 and 7 on MyPHL 17. Oh, it is Christmas in July here at Citizens Bank Park. This being the 25th of July. And they've been playing Christmas music throughout the course of the afternoon. On a day in which the temperatures are in the 90s once again, the humidity's not as high as it was yesterday. It's kind of odd to hear Christmas music.
Yeah, Ronnie Black and the Ronettes. Ronnie and the Ronettes singing right now. Some old Motown stuff. Christmas music. And you don't see people fanning themselves on Christmas unless they're in another part of the country or the world.
Antlers, little reindeer antlers.
Yeah.
Well, come December 25th, everybody's going to be hoping for these kind of temperatures. At least most people.
Half of it.
We begin the bottom of the second. Phillies trail at 1-0. And Ryan Howard leads it off against Jeff Francis.
He's
pitch came in at 74, that curve, and in for a strike.
Yeah, he's a really funky breaking ball. I mean, people may remember him in the division series a few years ago in those shadows, throwing that frisbee up there, and they couldn't hit him.
1 ball and 1 strike the count to Ryan, who is riding a 10-game hitting streak, and he has been smoking hot.
He had 8 strikeouts in that game in 6 innings. first game of the division series that they wound up winning, and then, of course, representing the National League in the World Series that year, and then got swept by the Red Sox.
Yeah, they beat up on the Diamondbacks after the Phillies and then had a long layoff before the Red Sox series, and that seemed to cost them. That ball may have gotten a piece of the bottom of Ryan's bat, and it's 2-2.
Yeah, he was really cheating that time to look away with those frisbees he's throwing up there, and he threw a little fastball in. He just spots his fastball real well, and he tries to get you out with off-speed stuff.
Ryan has been red hot overall. You saw the 10-game hitting streak, but also against left-handers in his last 42 at-bats. He's hitting .381 with 5 home runs.
His numbers are great at home, too.
And he stays alive, fouls that off his foot. The other thing about the numbers against lefties, and his strikeouts are down overall, but even against left-handers during that 42 at-bat stretch, he's only struck out 9 times.
Well, you know, as soon as we say this, he'll chase a bad ball here.
Yeah,
but he's been seeing the ball a lot better.
It's that one toward first. Melvin Moore has got it. And Ryan's kind of limping up that first base line after taking that foul ball. Today's Phillies game is brought to you by Miller High Life. Join us this summer and help give returning vets a piece of the high life. Go to MillerHighLife.com for details. And essentially what the folks at Miller High Life are asking you to do is to keep your bottle caps and your tabs from the can of your adult beverage. You can donate them, and you can go to MillerHighLife.com to find out how and where. And the proceeds will help the returning vets.
See Ryan Howard limp. You know that hurts. That guy doesn't show anything. You know, talk about a man that plays all the time, plays hurt, no matter what. And when you see him limp like that, you have to figure that one really got an area that is bothering him, and hopefully he can shake it off. Let's see what happened. Oh, it went off his knee, didn't it?
Boy, I thought it hit the foot initially, but it did look like it hit the knee.
No wonder it hurts. You know, that's why he's limping like that.
See Jason's numbers when he's ahead 2-0. It's 2 balls and no strikes now. And he checks his swing. Doesn't matter. It's called a strike. Jason has reached base safely with a hit or a walk in his last 15 games. Two and 1 the count to Jason. And a line drive base hit. And Jason, who had 2 hits yesterday, has a hit here. And he's aboard with 1 out.
Did a nice job waiting on a changeup there. Was up a little bit. Didn't rush it. And hit the ball hard in the left field for a base hit. And as you said, Tom, he's starting to swing a little bit better. So a few guys are.
Well, that'll bring Francisco to the plate. Ben making his 20th start. Overall hitting .236. He had a double yesterday as a pinch hitter. 2 homers, 13 runs batted in. Phillies are trying to ride the tide from these last 2 games offensively. And as Charlie has talked about, you know, and the players have talked about, their focus has been a little different the last couple of days offensively, which has been good. They have been much more patient in so many different ways. As we take a look at the Toyota Major League scoreboard, and the Braves have added a home run from Eric Kinski to lead it 2-0.
But he said yesterday he thought they were antsy the first couple innings with Jimenez giving him too much credit, and then recognized what was going on and decided to start taking more pitches, and obviously it worked out for them. He said he thought they were giving him a little bit too much respect off his reputation because he is so good, and that he wasn't throwing strikes and they were chasing a little bit, and then all of a sudden they realized the strikes were not there, so they started to take, and they took off after that. He really liked what they did.
There's Ubaldo. Denied his 16th win for the 2nd straight start. A little low, and it's 3-1 to Francisco.
That guy just had a bad day yesterday, but everything you hear about him is just, he's top-notch person, competitor. He was on the bench yesterday watching the game, He'd gone in, showered, changed, and came back out and watched the game. You hardly ever see that. And, you know, that's okay from a starter if they don't come out.
In the air to left field. That one's deep. Francisco launches it. A 2-run home run, and the Phillies have the lead. Well, Charlie decided to keep the right-hander in the lineup against the lefty, and it's paid off here in the second. And it's paid off for Lorraine Powell of Cherry Hill. She's just won $100 courtesy of the McDonald's home run jackpot.
Like we said, he doesn't want to say he's going to platoon them and it's not going to be every game, but he thinks Francisco has a chance to run into one against a left-hander. He really does, especially if he can get in a fastball count like that. 3-1, 87 down the middle, long ride.
For a third home run of the year for Francisco, 15 RBIs, and here's Cody Ransom. And Ransom takes a pitch on the outside corner. Well, the last couple of days offensively, it's been everybody that's contributing. And today it's Francisco.
He's really strong. And he can hit a fastball, especially off a left-hander, they think. And he just wants to get him some at-bats against some left-handed pitching. And, you know, in that way he'll have him ready to pinch hit. And he thinks he can get something out of both of them this way. By both of them, I mean Ibanez, too.
Charlie also mentions, you know, not that players aren't used to playing in the heat that was around yesterday and the day before and in St. Louis, that, you know, he also recognizes that at Raul's age that it could wear him down a little bit too, so he thought it would be good to give him a reprieve today.
And he really likes the way he's swinging against right-handed pitching. And he, you know, and sometimes you can throw a funky left-hander out there and you're swinging really well one way, and the player doesn't want to hear this, but that's why you have a manager. And, you know, you just let him sit and he doesn't have to be bailing on breaking balls.
See Raul's numbers compared to last year. They're getting better, which is the good thing. 3-2 the count to Ransom. One out, bottom of the second. A 2-run home run has given the Phillies the lead. Swing and a miss, and Ransom is the second strikeout victim for Francis. So 2 outs. Well, the Los Angeles Dodgers will make their only trip to Philadelphia during the month of August. It'll be Tuesday, August 10th for the beginning of a 3-game series. All 3 games are at 7:05. You can purchase your tickets for that series and every other series, including the Diamondbacks one that's coming up on Tuesday, by going to Phillies.com. Carlos didn't like that call.
Yeah, be very careful. He's got to sit in front of that guy all day.
That one's coming back toward us, and it drops just in front of the Hall of Fame club.
Heard the guys yesterday when Scott and Gary were doing the game, they won one over their heads into the upper deck. I
you know what? It did.
Hit it.
Yep, it did.
That's unusual.
I was sitting to the right of the booths yesterday, and there were 2 that went like 2 or 3 rows in front of me, and that area didn't seem like it ever got many foul balls, and there were 2 that were there. As Ruiz is down on strikes, second straight strikeout for Francis, but the Phillies, well, they take the lead. Ben Francisco, a 2-run home run that follows Jason Worth's single, and he'll take a 2-1 lead into the third. And please submit your answer on the subject line. Wheels, the question is, the 2010 Hall of Fame umpire inductee Doug Harvey bookended his great career by ejecting what person in his first and last year as an umpire?
Same year? You got the same guy?
In his first year and in his last year.
Wow. I don't know.
Dexter Fowler leads it off, and he lines one towards center, and it comes right back to Victorino.
He got Dallas here one night, though, one of the greatest ones ever. I mean, it was a night that Keith Moreland hit the famous home run that was foul and was called fair. Here's Doug Harvey's. What a great umpire he was. It was called foul, called fair by Eric Gregg. And that was one where Mary Sue Stiles was jumping around down there, and Eric looked down. He didn't see the ball, and he went, hey, she says it's a home run. That's good enough for me. Touch him. Oh, man, that was funny. It was in 79, and Doug had the plate. Frank Pulley was the second base umpire, and they reversed it, and Dallas went nuts, threw a ball bag out, and Doug Harvey ejected him. It was one of the better ones.
Jonathan Herrera lifts the second pitch from Jay Happ. It's a left center, and Ben Francisco makes the catch. Well, Doug Harvey today is being inducted as we speak into the Baseball Hall of Fame. You saw his resume just a moment ago. He is going in with Whitey Herzog and Andre Dawson. The Hawk, very well deserving. And Bill Madden will be going into the writer's wing, and John Miller is going into the broadcaster's wing. So congratulations to all 5 of those guys. Much deserved.
Yep, all of them. Doug Harvey. I think about Doug Harvey. He had the call in '82 in the playoffs with Houston when the bases were loaded. Or was it first and second, whatever it was, and that little humpback liner went back to Vern Rule, and he trapped it. And they called a double play, then they called a triple play, and then they went over to this big conference with Chub Feeney, who was the league president. Then they came out and called it a double play.
There's a liner to center field. Victorino on the run toward the track, makes the grab, and then hops up onto the fence. That's a pretty good running catch for Victorino on his glove side to finish up this third. He's played some pretty good defense during this series. He had a great catch yesterday, using his speed to close and finish out the top of the third for Jay Happ of the Phils. Acura Advance by Budweiser. With full flavor and a crisp, clean finish, it's what we do. And by your local Dodge dealers. Last of the third, Phillies lead at 2-1. Jay Happ leads it off against Jeff Francis. Now, Happ, when he went on the disabled list, only had 3 at-bats. He was 0 for 3. But his rehab assignments down in the minor leagues, well, they proved fruitful from an offensive standpoint. because he was 2 for 5 with the Iron Pigs, and included in that was a double and an RBI. And he, as we say this about Kyle Kendrick too, he's a good athlete. He can swing the bat. He can also back away from a curveball, which he did right there.
Yeah.
And it's the 3rd straight strikeout for Francis.
That was the point we were trying to make last inning about left-handed hitters facing this guy, that you can all of a sudden get the pull-offs.
Well, today's Thirst Inning is brought to you by Budweiser. It's the official beer of the Thirst Inning. The sun was shining pretty brightly before, so that beer was going down quite smooth.
Yeah, we got a cloud cover now. And it has to feel good to everybody down there. It's going to rain eventually, probably for a little while here today, and we'll play today. We'll get this game in. But for that sun to go in right now, for Santa, all the Santas out there in the stands, that's to feel good.
1-1 the count to Jimmy Rollins, who flied to left his first time up.
It's really nice of people to go along with the plan. Christmas in July, but wow, some of those outfits, I don't know how they do it.
I would think that there are folks that saw this on the schedule and kind of looked like Santa Claus and said, this would be a perfect time for me to go to the ballpark.
Yeah. Well,
3-1 the count to Jimmy. Phillies as a team are averaging 4.5 runs per game since the break. And they're hitting around 260 as a club. But those numbers include that series against the Cardinals where the Phillies just didn't hit. And I guess you could say the series against the Cubs too. It's been a different story since they've come home for these last couple of games. As Jimmy sends one in the air to center field. Dexter Fowler on the run to the warning track. He has room and he makes the catch. And there are 2 outs. Hey, if you're traveling this season, take the Phillies with you. Subscribe to MLB.tv today to see every Phillies game live or on demand on your computer. Visit Phillies.com to order and get more details. MLB.tv. Baseball everywhere. 2 gone. Here's Victorino. Shane struck out his first time up. And he lines one to center. And Dexter Fowler floated back, but now he comes on to make the catch and retire the side in order. 1, 2, 3 go the Phillies. Second time today that Jeff Francis has got the Phillies in order. We go to the 4th with the Phillies leading it by 1. So far, every time the Phillies retire the opposing team in order, Comcast will make a contribution to Phillies charities. Phillies baseball is brought to you by the Xfinity Triple Play, your complete lineup for digital TV, high-speed internet, and home phone. Melvin Moore leads it off here in the top of the fourth. Phillies lead at 2-1. Gary Matthews joins us here in the booth. Moore is not your typical cleanup hitter, Sarge, but the Rockies are without Todd Helton, who's been out with a back problem, and without Troy Tulowitzki, who's out with a broken wrist. So they don't, at times, have many options for the cleanup spot.
Yeah, this guy's a guy that makes pretty good contact, has a pretty good eye over the years. He's had decent years there with the Baltimore Orioles. Plays multiple different positions.
There's ball 4, and Happ just walked him on 4 pitches. The second walk issued by Jay. And the Rockies have a base runner. Well, Rich Doobie was saying the other day when talking about Jay Happ, and he has been very honest about Jay. You know, he just felt like when Jay was going through his rehab assignments that he wasn't really letting go. You know, and a lot of times pitchers will go through that where they come off an arm injury and they won't just let it go.
Well, especially in the minor leagues when you're getting back. I don't think that you're not going and trying to get every hitter out. You're just working on your pitches, trying to get strong enough to come back. No, and for Jay Happ, this thing will be controlled when you first get back. Velocity has been there. Now you got to make sure you minimize your pitches by throwing first pitch strikes, keeping the hitters off balance, pitching your kind of game.
I'm surprised that Spilborghs just swung at that pitch. And he hits it foul as it hops into the stands. And I say that because there were 5 straight out of the strike zone. Maybe I have a mentality of being in Babe Ruth or in high school, but they always say make the pitcher throw a strike.
Make him throw a strike. However, though, if it's your pitch and a good fastball, that's what you would be looking for. It'd be more predictable. But then if you are, you shouldn't be fouling that ball off on the right side. Anything, you should be out in front almost pulling it because you're geared for that fastball.
Spilborghs double to center his first time up. 1-1 the count to him. That one just missed. So 2-1 the count to Spilborghs. Along with Gary Matthews, I'm Tom McCarthy. We're live from Citizens Bank Park. Game 3 of a 4-game series. Phillies lead at 2-1 thanks to a home run by Ben Francisco. But those clouds are going to become part of the storyline because there is a storm approaching. They're just trying to get as many innings in as they can. Spilborghs loses the bat, and it goes right over the Rockies dugout. On the Toyota Major League scoreboard, the Marlins have taken the lead over the Braves. Wes Helms, a 2-run triple. Where do you think that ball went?
Right center, all the way. Right center, and he was just chugging along there. Wes Helms, not known for triples. I got to tell you, he got into good shape after leaving Florida. Leaving here at Citizen Bank, and he's kind of resurrected his career.
Oh, a new bat for Spilborghs. The count even, 2 balls and 2 strikes.
There you go.
And that one tailed toward off the outside part of the plate. It's full.
See where this pitch is there. Fastball, talked about there on that shin guard, just off the plate there on the outside corner.
Spilborghs stays alive. There's a gentleman behind home plate on that previous pitch before Spilborghs fouled it off, as that guy made a nice catch. Got a souvenir. The gentleman behind home plate is Happ delivered the 2-2 to Spilborghs. He went through the strike call behind the plate. He had a good view of it. He thought it was right there.
More of a homer call, though. Kind of surprised that Melvin Moore is not running on that 3-2 count. Now, you're not trying to steal the base, but you're just trying to be in motion. So the ball's on the ground, possibly you can stay out of that double play.
3-2 the count to Spilborghs with a runner at first. And he fouls another one off.
That one straight back to let you know that he was right on the pitch. We'll make sure that ball's on the inner half or the outer half, not right down the middle.
This will be the 9th pitch of the at bat for Spilborghs. Mora again a short lead off first. In the air to left field. That's pretty well hit. Francisco's on the run, and that one is gone. Right over the flower bed for a 2-run homer, and the Rockies retake the lead. I wasn't sure if that ball had enough height on it to get out.
Well, the way that Francisco was running at the ball would have given you that indication it was at least going to be off that wall. And you're right, line drive. See where the pitch was. He fouled that one straight back, and I'll be doggone if you don't come back with one right down the middle. See you later. You know, anytime a hitter fouls that ball straight back, you're right on it. And thought maybe it'd be more in or maybe a little more out.
Well, here's Ian Stewart. And Stewart on the hands, loops one, back a third, Ransom on the run, and over the shoulder basket catch. That's pretty good play on a ball that was not hit that high.
Well, it is. Anytime a fielder catches the ball going over his head, J-Ro was there on the right, looked like he could have caught it. Cody kind of showing you his athleticism as he catches that ball pretty easy. Looking back there, he makes an easy play out of it. He played a little football before. Here it is again.
So Cody Ransom records the first out of the inning. Here's Miguel Olivo. And Happ falls behind, 1 ball and no strikes. Jay Happ only pitched 3 innings in his last start for Lehigh Valley, and that was partly because Jamie Moyer had gotten hurt in the big league game, and they wanted to make sure that, you know, if he was needed, that he didn't go too far in that ball game.
Yeah, and I don't think he came back and he was nervous at all. I think he was anticipating the start, and you'll do that when you've been in that minor leagues, maybe longer than you think. So he had a high ERA there, but you don't judge him on that. Just judging him on getting back, and pretty good pitch, hitting the spots.
I asked him yesterday, I said, would it be difficult for you to get 100 pitches? He said, nah, I don't think so. He said, I had 100 pitches in my previous 2 starts before the 3-inning outing against Indianapolis. This is pitch 65, and it's a foul ball by Olivo, and it's 3-2. Good off-speed pitch. Olivo's down swinging, and there are 2 outs. It might have been a good pitch to throw Spilborghs after fouling those balls off before the homer.
Well, you're right about that. You see what he did? Just took something off of the pitch there, out in front of that pitch. When the hitters are fouling them straight back, you don't want to continue to throw that same pitch.
Here's Barmes, who fouls that one off for Ruiz, and it's 0-1. Barmes had a sac fly RBI his first time up. He's been filling in for Tulowitzki at shortstop. When Tulowitzki comes back, he'll move back over to second base. In fact, they think Tulowitzki is ready now, but they're going to wait. Jim Tracy's going to wait till Tuesday when they return home to activate him.
Yeah, big part of their club on their success. Plays in that position, shortstop. If you take a look at Tracy, the manager. And not only that, though, Tulowitzki again coming into his own as a hitter. He's hitting the ball. He's hitting the ball well.
Off the outside corner, 3-1. And ball 4, so Barmes is aboard. Second walk of the inning, third overall for Happ. And it'll bring Jeff Francis to the plate. 25 pitches this inning alone for Jay Happ. And second inning and the fourth inning have been his problem innings, where his ball to strike ratio has not been good at all. Rich Doobie's charts will tell you that same thing. Francis grounded out to Polanco his first time up, so he's 0 for 1. And another one to the right side. Ryan Howard lets it go by, rightfully so, and the side is retired. But a 2-run home run by Ryan Spilborghs has given the Rockies a 1-run lead as we go to the bottom of the fourth. When we return for the bottom of the fourth, Placido Polanco will lead things off. By McDonald's. Stop by McDonald's and try a new real small fruit. Let me try that again, Sarge.
Okay.
A new small real fruit smoothie for only $2.29. Fruit and juices blended with low-fat yogurt, available all day and only McDonald's. I'm loving it. And by Southwest Airlines. Go to southwest.com. Grab your bag. It's on. Well, it's a 3-2 game. Just having a little trouble getting that out there.
Yeah, well,
it's a fruit smoothie.
That happens that way when you're saying, fruit.
210 calories, by the way. It's pretty acceptable, I would think.
Well, you said it, though. You're loving it.
I'm loving it. All right, so we're loving this offense the last couple of days. Now the Phillies have to get it going again against Jeff Francis.
Have to get it going, and again, you want Happ to make sure you kind of can minimize your pitches by throwing first pitch strikes. But this is a team, though, or Francis is a pitcher, I think they'll be able to handle.
Well, they've got a 2-run home run from Ben Francisco, and now Placido Polanco leads it off, batting in the 3-hole. A little different 3-hitter than what the Phillies are normally used to, but certainly a competent 3-hitter.
Yeah, he's another one of those players. Just a good hitter, knows the strike zone, kind of inside out a lot of balls, meaning he hits a lot of balls up the middle into right field.
Well, that's a tough pitch. 2-1, or just 1-2 the count.
Well, maybe he sees the clouds coming in.
Got to stay the course, though, Sarge.
Well, they have to stay the course on quality strikes and consistent with your zone.
Called strike 3. Well, if the last one was a strike, that one was in the same area, and Francis realized it. And there's one away, and that's 5 strikeouts for Jeff Francis.
Now, if he's going to continue to call that, it's up to the hitters to make the adjustment. You know, and I'll have that one as a little bit low. Across the plate, you know, borderline. And again, hasn't been calling those pitches. Now, if he's going to call them, needs to stick right with them. Let's see that again.
I think Paulie thought it was outside.
Might have been high enough. We'll call that the pitcher's pitch.
Ryan Howard lays off, and there's a strike, and it's 0-1. Well, Francis, as we said during the scouting report before the ball game, fastball, curveball, slider, and change. That is normally the case. However, over his last few starts, he has discarded the slider, and he's basically been just fastball, curveball, and changeup. I'm not sure if it's because of the shoulder problems he's had, but he was very successful his last time out. You can see what he's done during his career in the month of July.
Well, he'll have the confidence on those pitches that he's been throwing to get those hitters out.
Ryan loops it the opposite way. Here comes Gonzalez. He's not going to get there. That's an 11-game hitting streak for Ryan Howard. And he's aboard with 1 out. Melvin Moore is laughing with Ryan Howard because Ryan's such a big guy, and he gets a little looped base hit here.
You can see the grip on it, breaking ball. He stays back on it, catches it right on the end. You know, he's such a powerful hitter that as a fielder, you can't just break on that ball right away. You know, you'll go on sound, but also the trajectory of the way the ball is going, it makes you stay right where you're at.
Jason had a base hit his last time up, and then scored on the homer by Francisco. So he's 1 for 1. It has been, and you know, this is as surprising a stat as any for Jason. We've talked about his numbers with runners in scoring position and the struggles he's had over the last 5 or 6 weeks. He has gone 100 official at-bats since his last home run.
That's unbelievable, especially playing in this ballpark and some of the other ones that we've been in. It gives you an indication just not squaring up enough balls.
Francis trying to go to the well once again, and it's 1-2.
Well, that's what he should do. If he's getting pitches called down there, that's what you want to do. And he did hit a ball off the wall there yesterday. You know, and that ball, the 2 balls he's swinging at, that ball should be hit more to center field and to right field.
Up high, 2-2. Well, Jason's last home run came on June 23rd against the Indians. It's over a month ago.
Yeah, I think that when he hits one, maybe he'll start rolling and hit 4 or 5 home runs, get hot where you're starting to drive the ball a little more.
When you go through a drought like that, Sarge, RBIs, home runs, is it tough to convince yourself that, well, it'll come back?
Well, as long as you're in that lineup, you know, you have that competition. You remember when Jenkins was playing right and they were platooning, there was more of an urgency, I thought, with Jason Worth, and therefore he was having more quality at bats. Now, he's a good athlete, so he's going to throw in some hits every now and then, but the consistency in driving the ball, you know, there's certain things you have to do as a hitter to make sure that you continue to do that, and bailing is one of the ones. It's a no-no, and you got to have good balance most of the time.
2-2 the count to Jason, and he hits one down the right field line. That'll slice foul, and it remains 2-2. I guess when I always wonder when I look at athletes who struggle, who let's face it, he didn't struggle last year or in the second half of 08. I wonder, wow, do they ever, like a normal person, question themselves if they'll ever get back to where they need to be?
Sure they do. They question themselves. A lot of times, too, when you're in a slump, you think there are too many fielders on the field catching your balls.
Again, down the right field line. Again, it'll find the seats.
Well, it plays mind games on you, and you're not able to get hits or maybe pulling off a ball. Well, early on, J-Rowe coming back, got some early hits, but the consistency and driving the ball, he's getting better at it now, but it takes some time.
Well, he's seen a number of pitches in this at-bat. Again, waits for the 2-2. Toward right center field, that's in for a base hit. Fowler's going to cut it off before the warning track, but Howard's going to get to third. Worth is going to pull it to second. It's his second hit of the day.
That's just good hitting there by Jason Worth as he drives the ball to right center. Well, if you take a look at this, look at his balance. Watch his balance. There's his balance where he's able to drive the ball. Didn't break down, not on that one swing where he ends up on his...
Well, Jason was safe and secure at second base. Safe and secure with New York Life. They're going to walk Ben Francisco intentionally here to face Cody Ransom.
Home runs have a tendency to make that manager think twice about pitching to you with a base open. And for Cody, he should be getting irritated that this is happening where they're walking to get to you, because when they do that, they're thinking that you're an out. So that's when that adrenaline should start to pop up. Have yourself a quality at bat. He struck out the last time, so for me, this should get him going right here.
Bases are loaded with one out here in the bottom of the fourth. And the Phillies trail at 3-2. A fly ball should get the tying run home. A base hit, the Phillies should take the lead.
Yeah, we're looking for something in the gap here. Left against right. Just want to square up, maybe a fastball, and look out over the plate.
Ransom 0 for 1, as Sarge said. He struck out his last time up. And a swing and a miss. He's probably not going to get many fastballs.
That was an off-speed pitch. He was looking fastball all the way. Pretty good pitch, though.
Cody Ransom dressed like an elf from the movie Elf. A little low, 1 ball and 1 strike. A lot of signs that Olivo's throwing down.
I just told him, hey, let's start over again. And going through the signs.
1 ball, 1 strike, the count to Ransom with the bases loaded. Phil's looking for another big hit. They've gotten a few in this series so far. And that one's pulled right past Ryan Howard.
Well, another pretty good changeup as he yanks that ball. Now with the 2 strikes, got to try and stay up the middle. Shorten your swing up again as he asks the out. Hey, was that a strike? Don't want to zone him, meaning you don't want to be swinging at that high fastball. Get that ball down a little bit and try and hit that ball wherever it is pitched.
You think he's going to get a fastball here, Sarge?
Well, he may not get a fastball, or if he does, it's going to probably be off the plate. He's been throwing a lot of changeups, however.
Well, he did get one.
Sure did. Fastball, 88. See where the pitch is. He comes in with that fastball, a cutter. Jimmy there, shaking his head.
Well, he tried to sneak another one by him. And it remains 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Yeah, always surprising you when they're coming in with the fastball. That's not a challenge, trying to trick him right there. He's thrown 2 fastballs now. This is a time he'll probably end up throwing something that would be off speed. Just want to make some kind of contact here.
And an off-speed pitch, swung on and missed, 2 away. 6 strikeouts for Francis. And it'll be up to Carlos Ruiz.
Good changeup. Just talked about it. See how that pitch just going down. Set up on 2 fastballs that he threw in. One a cutter, 188, 191. See how that pitch kind of just got him off balance.
Carlos struck out his first time up. He started behind in the count in that first at bat and could never catch up. And he lays off a changeup, and it's 1-0. Carlos has been swinging a hot bat, particularly against the Rockies. You see his numbers with 2 outs and runners in scoring position. 0 for his last 7, though. A stint on the DL. That's why there's only 7 at-bats since the 6th of June. That's a pitcher's pitch, like you said.
Yeah, that's a pitcher's pitch, but that's not a pitch you're going to be giving a pitcher not throwing strikes consistently there. For me, again, you want that ball up just maybe a little bit, but puts hitters on notice. Any of those low strikes, especially with 2 strikes, then that means that you have to swing.
Olivo goes out to the mound to talk to Francis. It's 1 ball and 1 strike to Carlos Ruiz. .75 pitches for Francis. He didn't have to work that hard in the heat in Florida last time out. He went 7 innings, allowed 3 hits and no runs. Struck out 7. The Rockies staked him to a good lead. But he's working here. That one's pulled toward third, scooped up by Ian Stewart, who takes it the short way to third, and the side is retired. So Francis strands the bases loaded. Here in the 4th, we go to the 5th with the Phillies trailing at 3-2. To win front row tickets to the July 31st concert at the Wachovia Center. Just log on to myphl17.com/contest now to enter for your chance to see them up close and personal. Them being the Heartbreakers, Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers. Our producer, Jeff Halleckman, saw them in Chicago. He said it was a great show.
Where were we?
You were home.
Okay.
And I don't know where I was. We said it was a great show for anybody that's interested in going. Dexter Fowler fouls the first pitch back here in the top of the fifth. Fowler is struck out, and he's lined out to center. Rockies are 2-7 on this road trip. And since the All-Star break, this team, which is, a pretty good offensive squad, third in the league in runs, but since the All-Star break, which is now 10 games, they've scored 31 runs. As Fowler bunts one in the air, first base side, Ryan's diving. Did he get it? Did he get it? No, they're saying he didn't get it.
Just came
the
out.
ball just trickled out of his glove. Wow.
What an effort. As the fans applauding for that, and he actually had it right there, right in the tip of the glove. We called that snow cone, and as he kind of rolled over a little bit, came right out. Would have been, what a web jam this would have been as he backhands the ball, slide just doesn't stay in. There it is again. Backhands it. You see, he had it for a little bit.
Yep. I'm amazed that he even got to the spot. Fowler runs well. Ransom throws him out. One away. That ball just wasn't hit that high for Ryan. I didn't think to even get there. He's going to need New Jersey.
That big frame of his being able to stretch out, and then that ball on the backside, and he was able to get some glove there on it.
Well, here's Jonathan Herrera, who's 0 for 2. He shows bunt. And it's 1 ball and no strikes. Herrera's fly to right. He's popped out to left. And it's 2-0. Jay Happ said that part of his rehab, he said he actually began this routine in the second half of last season in September. But he said part of his rehab was to try to loosen up better. So the forearm strain, and he's trying to make sure when he gets out there. As Herrera bunts it up the first base line, it's a foot race, and Ryan wins the race to the bag. 2 outs. Boy, Herrera was really flying up the first base line.
No, not a bad bunt, though. Wanted to try and get it a little bit further over toward the second base side. You can see bunts it done perfect, bunts it hard. But once Ryan gets it, he dives, gets it right before he gets in sliding. Again, when you go head first, you're going to get there a little bit slower as opposed to running straight through the bag. There's the bunt again. He bunted it pretty hard. And see Ryan as he dives over. No, Happ would not have been able to get there, period.
Oh, it's 1-0 to Gonzalez. Anyway, Sarge Happ said that he loosens up longer before a game. And long tosses more, does a lot of other things which gives him a chance to have more of a lather, to break more of a sweat before he actually takes them out. And he thinks that will help not only his rehab from that forearm, but it will help him become a better pitcher.
Yeah, well, he's been throwing long enough to know whether or not he would be loose or not loose once he starts warming up. One thing you can do is start a little bit earlier. But like you're saying, maybe the long tossing will stretch his arm out. I see a lot of pitchers do that quite a bit before they get ready to start and get on the mound and throw their pitches before they come in the game.
Well, he's ahead 1 ball and 2 strikes to Carlos Gonzalez. 0 for 2 today. On the hands, a looper toward right. That's going to drop in for a base hit. And Gonzalez has his 3rd hit of the series. Well, Phillies fans, sections of the historic game-used Phillies sod, which has taken the Phillies to 3 straight postseasons, are available from Phillies and StadiumAssociates.com. Each piece is preserved and displayed in a commemorative case. Purchase at the Majestic Clubhouse store by calling 877-GO-PHILS during games at the used collectibles kiosk at section 126 or by going to Phillies.com. With 2 outs, Happ's keeping an eye on Gonzalez. And here's the sod that we were just talking about. And beautiful holders, and you can see the red paint where the Phillies logo was behind the plate if you're lucky enough to get a piece of that grass. Change up away, and it's 1-0 to Melvin Mora. A ground out and a walk and a run scored.
How's that sod been selling? Pretty good?
I would think it's been selling very well.
Really?
Yeah. It's a lot of sod, though. Because of the postseason, the grounds crew had to lay the new sod a little later in the winter than they had hoped. But they'll take it, and they did a great job with it. I mean, it looks beautiful. They're men in their post right now, Sarge, with the storm coming.
Yeah, they are.
Ball 3, and it's 3-0 to Mora. Now, in anticipation of the wet weather, they were getting a little diamond dry ready to go. And some clay, some extra clay, just in case it was needed. Bringing that down the stairs. Ball 4. Runners on first and second. And that is the 4th walk issued by Happ.
That wasn't really close for the second time. This Dewey's going to come out, settle him down a little bit.
Ryan Spilborghs right now, Sarge, is the difference in this ball game.
Yeah, had a good at bat, start fouling off pitch after pitch. He got one to his liking after fouling one straight back and threw it in a similar spot and got bad results.
Well, Rich Doobie's out to the mound to talk to Jay Happ as it starts to rain here at the ballpark. It's raining ever so lightly right now, and some of the fans are heading toward cover. Bullpen is quiet right now. The tarp is on the mound. Jay Happ has thrown 89 pitches today. He's walked 4, and those are his pitches by inning. The only easy inning, really, easy innings were the first and the third.
They'll start to scatter a little bit more. Excuse me, Tom. Once you see that lightning, that's usually my cue, especially when I'm on that golf course.
It sounded like it was your cue. You were startled by that. That'll be back into the seats. It's 0-1.
I don't mess around when it comes to that lightning. That's going to tell you that.
That's Darryl Cousins, the crew chief, who is at third base.
Hope those are prescription.
On the inside corner, it's 0-2.
Well, he came right in there, but the difference is took a little bit off of that pitch.
Moore is on first. Gonzalez is on second. Good speed at second base for the Rockies. And the 0-2 pitch to Spilborghs. Swing and a miss. He got him on a high fastball up to 92 miles an hour on that heater. And he strands 2, including 1 in scoring position. No runs, 1 hit, 2 men left for the Rockies. Middle of the 5th, the Phillies trail it by 1. squads. Couple home runs in this ball game. Hey, in today's tough economy, every dollar counts. That's why the Phillies buy office supplies from W.B. Mason. For amazingly low prices on office supplies, furniture, cleaning supplies, kitchen snacks, and Green Mountain coffee. Who but W.B. Mason? Well, it is starting to rain here at the ballpark, so it's time to cover up.
Yeah, time to get another run, too, before they go into the dugout if the rain starts to persist here.
Well, Charlie Manuel's thinking the same thing, and that's why Raul Ibanez, who's having a good month of July, will pinch hit for Jay Happ. Happ allows 3 runs on 4 hits over 5 innings. So his day is done. And lefty against lefty, and Ibanez takes a strike on the outside corner. From a bench standpoint, the Phillies had Wilson Valdez, or have Wilson Valdez. He's the only righty available. And as strange as it sounds, he's kind of like a, as Chad Durbin loosens up, he's kind of like a backup catcher. He's really the only backup middle infielder the Phillies have.
Got him. Thought maybe it might have hit him there on the side. Well, one of the reasons he's pinch hitting here, and yesterday you can see that he went deep. That's what he's hoping for right now in this at bat as he squares that ball up.
The other thing Raul's doing, he is seeing the ball a lot better, and he's just seen it to a 3-1 count.
Yeah, well, he slowed his feet down some and talked about that.
That one's down the right field line. That's going to be a base hit for Ibanez, and it's going to roll the wall. Lefty against lefty, no matter. Ibanez is at second with a pinch hit double. Reminiscent of last year when you heard the Rauls all around the stadium. They're starting to come out again.
Well, he back-legged that ball there as he got a 3-1 pitch to his liking. Automatic double once that ball usually hits that fence.
So here's Jimmy Rollins with nobody out and a runner in scoring position. Phillies trail at 3-2. Jimmy's 0 for 2. The corners pinch in. I was just thinking I would be surprised if Jimmy were to bunt here. A, he doesn't bunt a whole lot. But B, he had a good day yesterday. You would think that he's starting to swing the bat a little bit more. And Charlie, I would think, will let him hit away.
Well, I would think so. But whatever way he does it, needs to get this runner over or get him in when he hits that ball.
So he's trying to go the other way with it. You can see there as he dragged the bat through the strike zone. It's 1-1. Jimmy with runners in scoring position. These are really good numbers.
Well, you know, in this situation, if you are trying to do that, what you can do is let that ball get a little bit deeper, and then you almost force it to go that way.
Crowd reacting to the thunder, hoping that's a symbol of what's going to happen here with the bats.
Put a little lightning in them.
Yeah. Jimmy does have that that Wonder Boy bat that Jack Marucci's given him. I don't think he's using it here. Wonder Boy was the bat that Roy Hobbs, Robert Redford used in the movie The Natural. 2-2 the count to Jimmy.
Now swung at a high fastball. Still though, even though it's raining, don't want to be very anxious. Still want to be able to wait for your pitch. You know, the pitcher will be a little more anxious than that hitter should be.
Back toward the middle, that's a base hit. Ibanez, a good jump off second. He's being held at third. The throw goes over the head of the cutoff man, but Jimmy doesn't take a chance. And he holds up at first. I thought Sam was going to send Raul there.
Well, a lot of times, though, he is playing it safe there. But for so many times, for me, and learning how to run the bases from Willie Mays, it's very simple. You're on second base. There's a base hit, center field, or even right field. You're scoring on that ball, even though I will say a little more shallow. If he goes now the way the throw was, he would be safe. You see him read that ball. He didn't look back, reading it all the way as he looks at Sam Palazzo, the third base coach. He held him up all the way. Nobody out. Think maybe this is a better chance, however, to get a runner in as opposed to sending him there. And I think he would have made it with that throw going up the line there toward third base.
Well, Shane is toweling off, getting rid of some of the rain, the moisture on his helmet. Now, from an outfielder standpoint, as Bob Apodaca, the pitching coach, came out, Fowler has an above-average arm. The same with Gonzalez in left, and Sam knows all that too. As Sarge just said, with nobody out, he probably didn't want to take a chance. There's Manny Corpus in the Rockies bullpen. Shane Victorino, 0 for 2, is the batter. He has struck out. He's flied to center. They play the infield in halfway. Look at the turn 2. And a strike, and it's 0-1.
Starting just about everybody out with that fastball on the outside part of the plate. You know, in that instant, too, when J-Will gets that base hit, you're busting it to get to first base so you can round it, read that throw, and if it is off and a high throw, you automatically would be at second base.
Yeah, Jimmy was busting it. I don't think he read it as he went around the first base bag as crisply as he would normally.
That's because that throw maybe had been down a little bit. If it's a higher throw, you're able to read it, and no chance you're able to get right to second base, probably without even a throw.
Here's on first and third. Francis throws over to first, and Jimmy's back. Randy Flores has joined Manny Corpus in the bullpen. Corpus is just checking to see if it's raining. Pop-up. Right side of the infield. The second baseman, Herrera, is over, and he makes the catch for the first out. One away, and runners remain at first and third.
Okay, here comes J-Roll. Actually, he's looking more at that throw, looking at the runner to see whether or not he's going to throw. And I think if he was going to go, automatically he would have gone on to second base. So they would have actually traded an out to be able to get that run.
That's a good point, yeah. Here's Polanco, who is hitless in 2 at-bats. He's flied to right. He is struck out. Jimmy's inching off a little bit more at first. And it's 0-1. The Polanco fouls it off. Polanco's hit in 15 of his last 16 games. And that's basically since coming back off the disabled list. See, he bears down well with runners on base.
Start to come down a little bit harder.
Line drive caught by Stewart. And the runners get back. 2 outs. And now it's up to Ryan Howard.
Yeah, he's going to have to come out with that 2-out base hit. It sits off the end of the bat there, right on the line, and no chance, obviously, for anyone to score. Line drive, you got to just hold your ground so you can see exactly where the ball is. Again, these are the opportunities. You got to be able to get the runner in some kind of way.
Ryan signaled his last time up and was stranded at third. So he stranded the bases loaded in the 4th. And a breaking ball that drops it for a strike on the outside corner.
Boy, tough pitches to hit.
Well, if the second inning was the turning point for Kyle Kendrick yesterday, as you look to see Jay Happ was looking on, his day is done. For Ryan Howard and the Phillies, the turning point overall in the game was his 3-run triple. 0-2 the count.
Well, threw him another breaking ball. That one a little bit further away. You talk about those breaking balls to Ryan Howard, that it has to almost start at him in order for that ball to be a strike. Although that first pitch didn't start at him, and it was called a strike.
Another one popped up. Shallow left field. Gonzalez, the left fielder, comes running in. He's under it, and he makes the catch. So the Phillies waste a leadoff double and then a base hit by Jimmy Rollins. They strand 2. We've completed 5 here at Citizens Bank Park. We go to the 6th. Phillies trail at 3-2. Ryan Howard. While the summer temperatures have been hot and powerful recently, so has been the swing of the Phillies' first baseman. His big weekend in Chicago has put him over 20 home runs for the 6th straight season, while his RBI total remains among the best in the National League. Number 6 is swinging into another gear, as he usually does this time of year, and it's brought to you by Independence Blue Cross. We're here for you every step of the way. Well, Jay Hapwood, 5 innings today for the Phillies. Looks like Jeff Francis' afternoon is done as well. Jim Tracy chatting with his left-hander, who just worked out of a first and third jam. In fact, he stranded 5 runners over the last 2 innings. We go to the top of the 6th. Francis is due to bat 4th in the inning, and there has been bullpen action for the Rockies the last few minutes. And now Chad Durbin will take over for Jay Happ. It's a 1-run Rockies lead. 34th game for Durbin, 2-1, a 3.23 ERA. And while the Phillies starters have been very good in the previous 3 ball games, the bullpen has not been overused whatsoever, and they've cleaned up very well for those starters, including Durbin, who had a couple really big pitches in the extra inning victory against the Cardinals the other day. And the first batter, Ian Stewart, is down in the count 0-1. Sarge, if you recall that game, Durbin got Pujols and Holiday, and those were 2 huge at bats.
You're right, and got him on that pitch that you just saw there. That's that cutter that he throws. Then he has that little off-speed breaking ball that he'll mix in.
1-2 the count to Stewart. There was the changeup.
Yep, off-speed.
Talked to Chad about that sequence against Pujols and Holiday. He had the count 3-1 to Pujols, and he threw back-to-back pitches in the same spot. And he said, in that spot, I'm not worried about walking him, even though it's a tie game. He said, I just don't want him to beat me, so I'm trying to get it away and not allow him to really extend his arms. And he goes, I was fortunate that I got it away enough where he missed it.
Yeah, that's why a lot of times pitchers don't like pitching in or middle in. They miss. That ball usually hit a long ways. He has a hard curveball.
Two and 2 the count to Stewart. Back toward the middle, right past Durbin into center field, a base hit. That's the 2nd hit for Stewart today. And it's the 5th hit for the Rockies.
Pretty good hitting right there. Only one that had a chance for it would have been Durbin, as that ball is hit right up the middle. Not hit hard, but very effective. A lot of hits you can get with balls that are hit up the middle.
Miguel Olivo walked back to the second. He struck out his last time up, so he's 0 for 1. Fouled that one off, and it's 0 and 1. Well, it continues to rain here at Citizens Bank Park, but it isn't as hard as it was a half inning ago. And hopefully the thunderstorms, which are reported to be in the area, hopefully they've broken up a little bit. Durbin, ooh, bare hands it. And he gets Olivo over at first. I guess he thought, well, I can't glove it and then throw. I got to get my bare hand on it. Well, Tuesday, August 17th, the Phillies will begin a 3-game series against the San Francisco Giants, the leaders in the wild card right now. All 3 games are at 7:05. You can get your tickets by going to Phillies.com. Purchase the tickets for the Giants series, for this week's series against the Diamondbacks, and also that series against the Dodgers in the month of August. One out here in the top of the 6th. Joe Blanton looking on. Joe is going to start the finale of this series tomorrow afternoon here at the ballpark. Over towards second. That'll get the runner to the third, but they'll exchange that for the second out of the inning. That was a good pitch right into the hands.
A little inside out swing. That's what I talk about in hitting that ball to the right side. You can actually do that by letting that ball get deep. That's a situation, however, he's trying to get the head out because it's 1 out.
Well, here's Brad Hopp with a runner at third and 2 outs. Chad Durbin took over for Jay Happ, who went 5 innings, allowed 4 hits and 3 runs, 4 walks, 4 strikeouts for Jay. 92 pitches in his return to the Phillies.
I think he's got to be pretty happy with his performance. One bad pitch there. Fastballs after he kept seeing them, Spillboard, and then he connected on one.
On the inside corner to Hopp, and it's 1-1. I just think it's difficult to predict sometimes, Sarge, when a guy's coming off the DL or coming back from the minors, what you'll get in that first outing, because you don't know what the butterflies are and how he's feeling. And Jay looked very composed as always out there.
Yeah, he sure does. Great demeanor on the mound. He doesn't seem to get upset or rattled. Has a lot of confidence in the way that he throws his pitches.
2-2 the count to Hopp. Swing and a miss. He got him. So Durbin strands a runner at third after a leadoff single by Ian Stewart. A couple of ground outs and then a strikeout. We have played 5.5. We go to the bottom of the 6th. Jason Worth is due to lead things off. For money-saving leases and low financing at your Honda dealer. Buy Xfinity, its TV, phone, and internet reinvented from Comcast. And buy your participating Philadelphia area Chevy dealers. Visit ChevyDealer.com. Bottom of the 6th as the rain falls here at Citizens Bank Park. Phillies trail at 3-2. The grounds crew cleaning up the mound and the home plate area. There's Mike Buchholder leaning on the railing. He is the head groundskeeper. He's been keeping Daryl Cousins, the crew chief, informed on the weather situation. Manny Corpus takes over for Jeff Francis. 46th ball game for Corpus, second game in the series. 3-5, an ERA of 4.41. Francis went 5 innings. He allowed 6 hits and 2 runs. The 2 runs on a home run by Ben Francisco. So Corpus will take over here. 47 hits and 16 walks during Corpus's year. As part of the season, he was the closer for Colorado when Houston Street was on the DL. It'll be Jason Worth, Ben Francisco, and Cody Ransom. Although Greg Dobbs is on the stairwell in the Phillies dugout, he may pinch hit for Ransom. Jason has singled and scored a run. He doubled his last time up.
He's got that average climbing back up to 288 right now.
See his numbers against righties. Since the 17th of July, he has been tearing it. 476. Oh, and 2 the count to Jason. Here's Dobbs.
Well, Fighting Phils have had plenty of opportunities, though, to score a couple more runs.
Sarge, you're right. They've shredded 5 in the last 2 innings.
And this with a little bit of contact.
Ooh. Oh, boy. On the outside corner.
That's filthy. That's a filthy pitch. Again, he's been calling that pitch. He's established that the last couple of innings, whether or not you think it's a strike or not. There it is as it comes across the plate or toward the plate. That's just a pitcher's pitch, period. Hard pitch to hit. All you're doing as a hitter, if you're swinging, is hoping to maybe foul that off. Not a lot of guys could actually hit that pitch from the right side as he dropped down on him, too.
Well, here's Francisco, who's homered. He's also been intentionally walked, and he lines one down the left field line. If it's fair, it's extra bases. That's a fair ball. One hop the base of the wall. It'll be his second double in as many games. And it's his second hit this afternoon. And again, the Phillies have a runner in scoring position. Well, third straight inning.
Francisco making a bid to try and stay in that lineup, making solid contact, and that's how you do it. You know, don't have to do a lot of talking. Let that bat do the talking for you as he rips the ball down the left field line. One hops that fence. 4%, man, should have thrown something else.
Back in the 4th inning, the Phillies with 1 out had runners on 2nd and 3rd before Francisco was intentionally walked. They had 1 out and the bases loaded, couldn't score. Last inning, the first 2 runners were aboard. They were on 1st and 3rd, and they didn't score. Now with 1 out, they've got a runner at 2nd for Greg Dobbs, who takes a fastball for a strike, and it's 0-1.
There's that borderline fastball that's low and away. He's shown consistency with that and calling that pitch. Up to the hitters now to adjust.
And Corpus steps off as Francisco is dancing off the second base bag. Dobbs with 48 career pinch hits, 4th all-time behind Greg Gross in Phillies history. Greg, of course, the hitting coach for the Phillies. Pretty good names right there. Tommy Hunt, heck of a pinch hitter.
Well, Greg known to be able to hit that ball, line drives to left field.
One and one the count. A fastball just a little in. The wind is picked up again, and the rain's starting to fall a little bit harder.
Well, he gets one up in that wind. Let's see you later here. Kind of reminds you of the wind there in Wrigley Field. Here's a poncho that's blowing around.
Ryan Matson loosening up in the pen. Here comes the 1-1 pitch to Dobbs. Fly ball, center field. Winder not. Fowler has it, makes the catch, and Francisco draws the throw and holds up there. 2 outs. Pretty good chance that if the Phillies make it out here, then Darrell Cousins is going to put the tarp on the field once this inning comes to a close, but we'll see.
Well, you're right. It is coming down a lot harder. Wind has certainly picked up. That's why those runners, when you have them on third base, especially on days like today, become so important.
Here's Ruiz. Carlos is 0 for 2, a strikeout and a fielder's choice. Chad Durbin's in the on-deck circle. He didn't bring his poncho. He's just going to share hers. Got it on without a problem. At least we think. There's the strike, and it's 1-1 to Carlos.
Two-seamer. It comes back on that outside corner through the same pitch. On the inside part is that ball. You see the two-seamer on it sailing. Get a little help with the poncho. They can be a little difficult at times with the wind.
Francisco goes. The pitch is hit foul right past Sam Palazzo. And it's 1-2.
Well, you can see the reason why he went. You got the shortstop that's playing Barnes deep in the hole. So he's taking off automatically, just going to steal that base. And let me tell you now, with 2 outs, you got to make sure you make it if you go.
No poncho, just a trash bag.
Well, those work. Easier to get into.
You think so?
Oh, no doubt.
A little heavier, a little 2-ply. 1-2 the count to Ruiz. Again, Francisco is a good leadoff second. And Corpus just turns back at him.
Well, there's nobody around him, so the rule of thumb on that, you can take as much as that second baseman. Don't even have to look at the shortstop. Sam Palazzo, third base coach, would tell you to get back if that happens.
2-2 the count. Olivo was trying to frame that. There's Jim Tracy. He wanted that to be called a strike.
He's got enough balls called strikes today. That ball clearly inside. Watch it tail inside. That ball to be a strike, you almost got to start it outside. You see that ball coming all the way in.
Here comes the 2-2 to Ruiz. Down and away, 3-2. We said Durbin's on deck for the Phillies. You know, the Toyota Major League Scoreboard, Chipper Jones has helped the Braves tie that ball game up at 4 in the bottom of the 8th. Durbin's in the on-deck circle. If Ruiz reaches, and here comes Ross Glode. So we'll say then Charlie will put the pinch hitter up there. But again, it'll be a right-hander that Glode will face because there's no lefty loosening up.
Not at all.
Flores had been up before. 3-2 the count to Carlos. Francisco goes. The pitch lifted in the air to right center field. Playable for Fowler. He calls everybody off and he makes the catch. And the side is retired, and here comes the tarp. No runs, 1 hit, 1 man left in scoring position. Jim Tracy will watch the tarp go on the field, but he'll watch it with his team up by 1. little Bruce Springsteen, Christmas in July here at Citizens Bank Park. Everybody's back ready, back in their spots as we get set to resume play more than an hour and a half after the tarp was put on the field. Ryan Matson is the new pitcher for the Phillies, so he'll take over as we go to the top of the 7th with the Phillies trailing at 3-2. While we were away, there was some good news down in Florida. The Atlanta Braves have lost a series to the Marlins. Wes Helms' base hit gave the Marlins a 5-4 victory in 11 innings. So that's good news for the Phillies, who are now 5.5 games back in the division, but they need a win here to pull to within 5 games back in the National League East. Greg Dobbs stays in the ball game, and he'll play third base now for the Phillies. Ryan Matson in his 17th game, 2-1, a 5.87 earned run average. Now, Matson will continue to bat ninth. That's the pitcher's spot because there are no other changes. So we'll assume that this is just a one-inning stint for Ryan Matson. J.C. Romero's throwing in the bullpen for the Phillies right now because the pitcher's spot is due to lead off the bottom of the 7th. Also good news for the Phillies. The Astros have shut out the Reds 4-0. Now, the Reds had led the Central by a half a game over the Cardinals as play began today. Dexter Fowler, the first hitter for the Rockies, and a swing at a foul ball back to the screen, and it's 0-1.
Now you got a 3-inning game down by 1. Kind of sounds like that old World Series game.
That's exactly right. Where's Jeff Jenkins?
Only that was 3.5 innings in a tie game.
A 1 hour, 39-minute rain delay, whereas the World Series delay was a couple days.
Yeah, a couple days, yeah, nor'easter.
Fowler today is 0 for 3. He has struck out line to center and grounded to third. Those were right-handed, though. This is left-handed. And he pulls that one into right, a base hit. I think he had picked his hands up a little bit more than where they have been the last couple of days. So you got to watch him because he can run. He's got 9 stolen bases this year. He's been caught 6 times, but he just hasn't been getting on base lately.
Yeah, he's a guy they're really happy to have on right now. May even bunt now with Herrera. Try and bunt him over into scoring position, get another run. Herrera's not a guy who swings the bat. You know, he's a singles hitter, which is, you know, they may want him to swing, but you would think they would bunt here. And Greg Dobbs is going to look for it.
1, 2, and 3 in the Rockies' order today. Has 2 hits in 10 at-bats. And you see the corner pinch in at third. Middle infielders are in as well. And quick throw over. And they nearly got Dexter Fowler.
Had a huge lead and threw over to pick him off. And also Matson kept looking at the hitter the whole time, too. See, Ryan makes a nice move and Fowler back in time. But he also looked at the hitter who did not show bunt. Doesn't mean he won't do it, but he didn't show it.
The outfield is kind of shallow all the way around. Another throw over and another close play, and he gets his hand back in. It is odd to see Ryan Matson in the ballgame this early. But as Wheel said, it's down to a 3-inning game. The Phillies trail it by 1. So Charlie's going to try to manage his way through the next 3 innings with different combinations, you would assume. And it's 1 ball and no strikes.
Yeah, no sign of a bunt, so I guess they're going to try and let Herrera hit the ball in the hole. Trying to pull it.
Well, and he's got good speed, too. So I guess they figure if he hits a ground ball, unless it's hit hard, he could probably beat the exchange from second to first. Fowler goes, and a line drive foul.
Playing hit and run. They got the hit and run count at 1-0 and decided to go that route. And, you know, he looks like, you know, we haven't seen him that much, but left-handed, it looks like he knocked the bat out of his hand a little bit, you know, with hard stuff in. And that's just what Ryan did. And you see what he did. He just jammed him because he, of course, had to swing there because of the hit and run.
Rich Dower relaying the signs given by Jim Tracy. Time is called, and Fowler has to fix his belt. Well, little Steve Lyons going on there.
I know that not as many people here as before, but what's up, man? I mentioned Steve Lyons, who, I mean, his one down to his knees.
Yeah. A little low, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike. Well, Jay Happ started this ball game. He went the first 5, allowed 3 runs on 4 hits. He walked 4. Chad Durbin pitched the 6th inning.
This is another count where, you know, they did play hit and run on the 1-0. This is another count where you like to play hit and run because you think you're going to get a strike.
And a throw over.
Phillies, of course, thinking the same thing. And, you know, just wanted to see maybe the hitter, maybe the runner. You should never get picked off on a hit and run because you're not going anywhere till the ball's delivered. You're not running. You're not trying to steal a base. You're just in motion.
He does go. Pitch is hit foul. That looked like it was a cutter. It just kept on coming in.
Yeah, and Jim Tracy trying to do it again. He used both the hit and run counts, and he fouled them off both times. Take a look at what it is.
That's a changeup.
Yeah, it's a changeup, and that's why he hit it so far foul. You know, that's one of those ones. You know, sometimes a hitter will just take it, but you're supposed to swing, especially when you're a young player.
3-2 the count.
Now he's hit and run twice with him. He may even put him in motion right now, 3-2, and think he won't strike out into a double play.
There's Carlos Gonzalez, the number 3 hitter, who's on deck.
I think it would be okay. Throw a 3-2 changeup here, and we can run on that and steal the bag, even if he strikes out.
He does go, and the pitch is hit foul on the left field line.
And it got him a fastball to hit because of the situation.
Phillies bullpen this year, an earned run average of 4.15. They still have the fewest innings pitched and appeared in the fewest games. That's because of all the complete games the Phillies have. Fowler goes again, and the pitch is lined over the glove of Dobbs into left field. Fowler puts the brakes on as Francisco gets to it quickly. And a base hit to put runners on first and second with still nobody out.
They're still respecting the speed of Herrera, too, and with a runner at first thinking about double playing. You see where Dobbs is. We can't quite tell there. But see where he is in the infield? A lot of times, you know, you'll be all the way back. Like it was a right-handed hitter or a pull hitter. You're all the way back. In the case of a guy who slaps at the ball, there he goes on the 3-2. Look where he's playing. Right behind the bag a little bit. So as a result, he can't get to the line drive. And speed, speed, speed. Nothing like it. Or the threat of it.
Well, now Matson's going to need to work out of a jam. First and second, nobody outs here in the top of the 7th. Carlos Gonzalez 1 for 3 today. This guy is the best hitter in the Rockies lineup, and he works ahead. 1 ball and no strikes.
Yeah, the phone just rang in the pen.
David Herndon is loosening up in the pen for the Phillies. Change up, swung on a miss, 1 ball and 1 strike.
Yeah, they're just depending on how this inning goes, and they hope it'll go better than it started. You might want a guy to come in, throw a ground ball.
Two and 1 the count. That one just missed down low. Gonzalez was red hot last year against the Phillies during the postseason. Swing and a miss. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Now that was the cutter from Matson, and it was in a good spot. It was down.
He's trying to throw it back foot, get it in there, and it'd be hard to back foot this guy as far off the plate as he stands. He's got good plate coverage though for a guy who stands that far off the plate. You see there.
That one was up a little bit too much. Another cutter, and it remains 2 balls and 2 strikes.
I want to get off that now. You know, the old thinking here about a 2-2 changeup, but you know, Matson's not afraid to throw a 3-2 changeup, so they could throw one here.
Ryan's last appearance came in the series against the Cardinals. He has really good numbers against the Rockies. And again, the 2-2. Off the mask of Ruiz. That knocked the mask right into the hands of Carlos.
He threw a fastball. This is the thing they were worried about with Carlos Ruiz when he had those concussion syndromes. They didn't want to bring him back so that didn't happen.
See the numbers for Ryan against the Rockies: 4 wins, no losses. Swing and a miss. He got him on a changeup. That's a good spot. Just tailing away.
And
1 out.
And it's a gutsy pitch to throw, Tom, because we mentioned you miss with it. Now you're in 3-2 land. With 2 men on base, nobody out. But that is a great pitch for him, and they weren't afraid to try it. It's not a strike, but it really fooled Carlos Gonzalez after cutter and 95 fastball.
So now a double play will get Matson out of the inning. Here's Melvin Mora. Mora has been on base twice today. He's seen a lot of pitches. In fact, he's walked twice. He's also grounded out sharply to Ryan Howard at first. Rockies have really good speed on the base paths with Fowler at second and Herrera at first.
Right, and you have to look around. Pay attention to Fowler. You see what Matson's doing? 1, 2, 3, 4 looks.
There's a strike on the inside corner at 92. It's 0-1.
Jimmy Rollins reminding him Placido Polanco looks like he's the cover guy because they want to keep Rollins on the pull side for Mora. You see Polanco closer to the bag.
Looked like Mora was thinking something else, and he got a changeup, and he was nowhere near it. So 0-2 the count.
And good job by Ryan Matson in varying his look to second. See him looking back there again, just looking at Polanco, looking at Fowler, make sure I know you're there. I'm not going to forget about you, so don't think about running.
Polanco keeping him close at second. Outside. Melvin Mora, who in his career has picked up 166 home runs. You know, when he was a Mets prospect, you never thought he'd be that kind of a home run hitter. But a good ballpark in Baltimore certainly helped him.
Standing all the way in the back of the box.
And Matson turns back toward Fowler, who was jumping off a little bit more.
Good job by Ryan Matson. That guy can fly. He was at second base, and you forget about him. He'll try and steal third. Look how far back in that box he is.
So he's out of the box.
Oh,
and it hit him. The bases are now loaded. And Moore is in a lot of pain.
Yeah, he drilled him. That was either a rib cage or right in the back. And it was a fastball to a four-seamer, and that had to really hurt. That's the last thing you wanted to do, though. He comes inside and hits him. Just gets away. Where did it get him? In the ribs? Oh, yeah. That's a rib cage shot. Oh, man, that has to hurt. Oof. Oh, you could hear him yell. Oh.
It was either him or the guy behind home plate who was yelling.
It was more. And there was nowhere for him to go. I think it'd be hard to breathe right now.
Well, Jim Tracy out with the athletic trainer for the Rockies just to make sure he can catch his breath. If they do have to make a change, I mean, Moore is playing first base right now, so they have first baseman they can use. From Seth Smith to Jason Giambi to Brad Eldred. But he's going to go down to first.
Tracy's going all the way down there with him just to make sure.
Well, they still are hanging out over the first base bag. He's going to stay in. And it's a tough spot now for Matson with one out and the bases loaded. Ryan Spilborghs has been the most productive hitter for the Rockies today. He's got a double, a home run. He has scored twice. He's driven in 2. So he's up with the bases loaded here in the top of the 7th. After an hour and 39-minute rain delay, the Rockies have come out rallying. On the outside corner, it's 0-1. It was a strike before the rain delay for DJ Rayburn. It's a strike now. Look at Spilborgh's numbers with the bases loaded. We also mentioned earlier how good his numbers are against the Phillies during his career. Into the glove of Ruiz on a foul tip. It's 0-2. Ian Stewart waits on deck. Phillies set up for 2 with the bases loaded and 1 out. Came up high with a fastball. And a call, strike 3. Boy, Spilborghs was looking outside. That pitch was inside, and that's a huge strikeout for Matson. 2 away.
Imagine taking a fastball right there.
Right there.
With the bases loaded. Well, it was supposed to be away. Look where he was set up.
That guy liked it.
Yeah.
So here's Stewart, 10 for 33 of this road trip for the Rockies. Better against righties than lefties. Got a couple hits today. And Ryan Matson trying to work out of now a bases loaded jam. This will be pitch number 26 in the inning for Ryan. And a changeup. No balls and 1 strike. Before Ryan went on the DL, he was throwing the fastball, the changeup, which are his 2 best pitches, the cutter, but he's also had been throwing that curve back to spring training. We haven't seen the curve since he came back off the DL.
He probably won't now.
Nope. Another changeup. Not a bad spot. That neighborhood has been a strike for a lot of today.
I think Joe Beimel's going to be the Colorado pitcher, left-hander up in the pen now.
Off the end of the bat toward right center field. Worth is over, calls off Victorino, and how about Ryan Matson? He just worked out of a bases loaded jam here in the top of the 7th inning. Phillies and their fans have been waiting over an hour and a half to stretch. It's time to do so as we go to the bottom of the 7th. 2010 Hall of Fame umpire inductee Doug Harvey bookended his great career by ejecting what person in his first year and his last year as an umpire?
I got to have a hint. It wouldn't happen to be somebody who's with him today, would it be?
No.
Okay.
Nope. Well,
I didn't think he was around.
No, I don't think so.
No.
I already saw this person somewhere else today.
You did?
I did.
Here?
No, somewhere else, though.
Well, give me a hint. Bobby Cox?
No,
he wasn't there. I mean, he wasn't.
I didn't see Bobby Cox today.
When you were watching TV up here,
I didn't see him on TV, though. I saw this person on TV.
Oh, Joe was a player then, right.
Joe Torre was a player for the Milwaukee Braves and a manager for the St. Louis Cardinals.
I think Joe was a player that early.
Yeah, he intentionally ejected Joe Torre back in 1992.
I remember that story.
Just to finish off the story.
Yeah, it's a good story.
Log back on to Phillies.com. You sound so enthused.
Well, yeah. I'd have felt a lot
better. Phillies prize back. Thanks for playing Dodge Stuff.
It would have been a lot better story if I remembered it. But when you said I did remember that.
Sounded just like Sarge in Chicago when he didn't think Jamie Moyer was the all-time strikeout leader in a game for the Cubs as a left-hander.
Well, you try to get these right sometimes,
Speaking of ejections, there was a great story this past week in Sports Illustrated on Bobby Cox and his career and all the ejections and how Chipper Jones, as Joe Beimel is the new pitcher for the Rockies, 44th game for Joe Beimel. How Chipper Jones said, when Bobby gets ejected, it really fires us up. And that story basically said it really doesn't fire them up, but he still got ejected a lot of times.
I don't think Bobby Cox ever got ejected for the players. I don't think that was on his mind at all when he was out there about firing them up, right?
It did say that he would get thrown out to protect his players.
Yeah, that's different. Yeah,
not to fire them up. No.
Right. There's a big difference in going out there and thinking you're going to fire your team up as opposed to going out and protecting a guy. It's different.
Well, Joe Beimel will face Wilson Valdez, who will pinch hit for Ryan Matson. So Matson goes an inning. It was adventurous, but Ryan got through it without allowing a run. He did a nice job working out of a jam. So Valdez pinch hits here. And then the top of the order, Jimmy Rollins and Shane Victorino. Valdez overall hitting .234. Phillies trail it by 1. The runs today for the Phillies, a 2-run home run by Ben Francisco. And an off-speed pitch over for a strike, belt high, and it's 0-1.
That was a great job by Ryan Madsen to just pick through that inning and do what he had to do. That 2-2 changeup for the strikeout, so big.
Valdez down the right field line. That's flaring toward the line. It's a fair ball, and it goes into the crowd. It's a ground rule double. I can't believe that ball stayed fair. A pinch hit double. It's the second pinch hit double of the day for the Phillies.
Neither can Beimel.
That young lady is very happy because that area was vacated during the rain delay, and she got a souvenir.
There it is, a fastball away. Slicing. Just fair and into the crowd.
Good job by that young fan. Pulled his hand back because he thought, well, maybe it hits the railing. It could be 3. Nice job by that guy down there, that youngster. So a runner in scoring position. Here's Jimmy Rollins. 1 for 3 this afternoon. The corners play in. Last time Jimmy was up in this spot, he singled and moved Ibanez over to third. And the Phillies had first and third with nobody out.
Right, and the Phillies have just been terrible this afternoon in their situation hitting, where they'd be ahead in this game, where at the worst they'd be tied. So here we go again.
Well, they're 1 for 8 with runners in scoring position. The only thing that's helped them is that the Rockies are also 1 for 8. Rockies have stranded 9. The Phillies have stranded 6. 0-1 the count to Jimmy. He lays off. That's a tough one to lay off of. And Olivo's going out. I don't know if he was crossed up or he must have been crossed up on that. These lucky fans are today's Citizens 7. They will each receive a prize pack courtesy of Citizens Bank. Citizens Bank with the most 7-day branches in the Philadelphia area. To find a branch near you, visit citizensbank.com.
Making him laugh about that. See, the shortstop is in there right now. Barma's talking to whether they're going to change signs or not.
Came back to the outside part of the plate.
Now he threw a breaking ball there to get it. Now here's the pitch. Yeah, he was crossed up. Can you see the way he reached for it? He was thinking he was going to get a fastball, and he got a breaking ball, which is better than the other way.
Jimmy's in the hole trying to get the runner over to third. Really trying to get him home if he could. Popped it up. Foul territory. Mora on the run. Does he have room toward the camera? Well, and it just goes past his glove.
That felt good against those ribs he just got hit with, I bet. He's a little bit taller. He catches that. You know, a lot of first basemen are real tall, and they would catch it. Melvin Moore is more of a middle infielder, and he couldn't quite reach it. Look how close he comes to catching this. Just, if he's an inch taller, he catches that thing, or has an inch more reach. Not tall as much as just the reach.
Again, it's 1-2 to Jimmy. Valdez at second. And he fouled it back up toward the Hall of Fame club. Ooh, nice catch by a fan in the Hall of Fame club. He didn't have a whole lot around him, which made it a heck of a lot easier, but it was a good grab.
How old do you think that guy is? 50 maybe? How excited is he? Like there's nothing like catching a foul ball at the ballpark, no matter how old you are, right?
I'm going to say he's 34, 35.
All right, well, I shouldn't say how old. But the point I'm trying to make is it never gets old.
I don't want to
catch a foul ball. Right. I mean, like a little kid or an adult,
I'm with you.
Still a thrill.
Here we go again. This one will be in front of the Hall of Fame club.
Except for us up here, the thrill is gone with those.
See, that guy missed it. Oh, he caught it. I thought he missed it. He was booed. Oh, he got it on the bounce. He missed it.
How can you tell? Like a little sheepish?
Just what you were saying.
Yeah.
You'll get another chance. Oh, he's killing himself.
Oh, I had my chance.
Valdez dancing off second. Jimmy lines it toward left field. That's going to be a base hit. Valdez is around third, and it's booted in the outfield by Gonzalez, and J-Roll's going to go to second. The Phillies have tied it up at 3 here in the bottom of the 7th.
That was a really tough at bat by Jimmy. It sounded like he broke that bat, too. Hit it right on the end. And that was good in a way because it was hit softly out there, and Sam saw right away Perlaza he could score Valdez from second because he read it pretty well. Good job by Wilson Valdez. Now, see, Jimmy hits this right off the end of the bat. He broke it. And then, as Tom said, Gonzalez comes in and butchers it right off the heel of the glove and allows Jimmy to move to second.
Yeah, that's huge because Jimmy's now in scoring position with nobody out in a 3-3 game. He just pointed to his helmet and told Shane, be smart. It is an E7 for Carlos Gonzalez. It's his first error of the year. And a line drive caught by Mora. Wow.
Well, you know what you just said about Jimmy out there and what he means to Victorino's. Hit the ball the other way and get me over. And he tried. You know, he hit a bullet. What are you going to do? You know, you see effort like that, you know, you're playing the game the right way.
I thought that was going over his head.
Sure.
And he was playing in, too. Here's Polanco, hitless in 3 at-bats. See his numbers against Beimel. Good numbers, 5 for 13 against him. Rollins leads off second. Barmes is right behind him. Back toward the middle. Beimel's got it. He freezes Jimmy. Well, Polanco hit the ball hard. 2 outs. First base is open, but it's lefty against lefty. Even though Ryan Howard has been the hottest hitter in the Phillies lineup, I can't imagine that Jim Tracy is going to tell them to be that careful with him with a right-hander in the on-deck circle.
And he has a right-handed pitcher up, so what they're probably going to do is
could be, yeah,
throw him 4 breaking balls away and see if he'll get himself out.
Yeah, he's got Betancourt up and loosening now in the bullpen. There's Rafael Betancourt.
You have a veteran pitcher who knows what he's supposed to do here, and that's not to throw a strike, I would think. Ryan, a strike that's hittable.
Ryan has 5 hits against Beimel in his career. They play him to pull on the infield. And it's 0-1. Ryan today is 1 for 3.
That probably was a ball inside, but you know, you kind of
close.
They just didn't throw away to him. You know? Like a lot of teams play him up the middle and then in the outfield the other way.
Fowler is really deep at center. And the gap in right center is wide open, as Wheel said, because they're playing him the other way. That was a hittable breaking ball. Ryan let it go by for a strike. It's 0-2.
Well, so much for that they would pitch around him. They've thrown him, you know, the first pitch was close on. That was a strike.
Jim Tracy, who took over last year for Clint Hurdle, led the Rockies to the to the postseason. Clint Hurdle led them to the World Series a couple years ago. One and two the count.
Do you think he just wouldn't throw him anything hittable?
Hoping for some holiday magic. Two and two the count to Ryan.
It certainly is a lot more pleasant after that rain.
Temperature wise?
Yeah. I feel like Christmas, but you know, it's nicer.
20 go-ahead RBIs for Ryan, who is second in the league in hits. Two and two the count to him. Jimmy goes. Pitches in the dirt. Olivo just blocks it, and Jimmy's got third stolen. So he's 90 feet away, a little closer, with a count 3-2 to Howard.
And now, once they got 0-2 on him, now everything's well out of the strike zone. And Jimmy, you know, they're just letting him go there. It'll be a stolen base in this situation, but they didn't care. There's 2 outs.
23rd straight steal without being caught for Jimmy. Last time he was caught was a year ago in Chicago, or against Chicago. July 22nd, 2009.
What do you think, up and in or down and away?
Well, I don't know, because I agreed with you. I thought they were going to play him. They were going to pitch him away. I think down and away.
Yeah, I would think they'd go breaking ball away.
And they do, and he checks his swing. No swing, says Darryl Cousins. Runners on first and third, and we'll probably get a new pitcher. Yeah.
It was a little bit surprising that they even threw strikes early in the count. Maybe they weren't supposed to, and they got ahead of him, but then they didn't take any chances.
Here comes Jim Tracy. It's going to be a double switch. So Rafael Betancourt is on here to face Jason Worth. In the bottom of the 7th inning with runners on first and third and 2 outs, and we'll see where the other switch is for the Rockies. Betancourt is coming on in. Phillies are threatening with 2 outs here in the 7th.
and the ball was flying. Jay Happ had a good first time back. You know, he's a little bit wild, but he was able to go out there and throw a lot of pitches today and get his feet wet. And then Ben Francisco hit a 2-run home run way out off starter Jeff Francis. And then in the 4th inning, 3-2 count. Spilborghs kept fouling pitches off, fouling them, and then he hits one out, and that made it 3-2. So both starters went 5 innings today. And the rains came. Now back here in the 7th inning, Valdez got a pinch double, and then Jimmy Rollins singled him in. He went to second on that error by Gonzalez, and then was stranded. And there is Jay Happ.
Yeah, Jay Happ will get a no decision today. We're in the bottom of the 7th with 2 outs, runners on 1st and 3rd. And a pitching change for the Rockies, their 2nd of the inning. Rafael Betancourt, 42nd game. He's 1-1, an earned run average of 4.67. He's been good for the Rockies of late. You see, he only has walked 5 in 34 2/3. Right-handers are 7 for their last 48 against him. As Jason Worth will dig in. Seth Smith comes on to play right field for the Rockies. Ryan Spilborghs is out as part of a double switch. Jason today has 2 hits and 3 at-bats. And he hits one foul up toward the Hall of Fame club. And it's 0-1.
Betancourt basically challenges hitters. Fastball, slider. There's Seth Smith, the new right fielder, batting 9th. And he came right after Jason Worth with a first ball fastball.
See, Jimmy's on 3rd. Over at 1st on the opposite side of the diamond is Ryan Howard. Another fastball. 0-2 the count. Rafael Betancourt, originally from the Red Sox. And you see Jason 0 for his last 27 with 2 outs and runners in scoring position. Originally from the Red Sox is Betancourt. Then the Indians, picked up last year by the Rockies. Was a free agent this offseason, re-signed by Colorado. Howard goes, and the pitch is hit foul down the right field line, and will slice out of play.
They're not really concerned with Ryan Howard, but the reason that's a good time to go, if they're not going to hold you on, or they're going to just let you go like that and play way back, is suppose there's a ground ball in the infield and he only plays a force play. Well, force play's gone. Maybe you bleed out a run that way. So if they're going to just let you go, and they're holding him on, but the infielders are so far back, they thought they had a chance to just get down there. But you have to make sure you make it.
Again, it's 2 strikes to Jason. And he stays alive.
Now the element of surprise is gone, so Ryan Howard isn't going anywhere. Betancourt, according to reports on him, will use a slide step, but he's not interested in a slide step right now with a guy at first base like Ryan Howard and 2 outs, because, you know, sometimes a slide step will interfere with your velocity. And all he's thinking about right now is going to get the hitter and not worry about the base runner.
He lays off. Olivo can't find it. Here comes Jimmy Rollins. Nobody's covering home, and he scores, and the Phillies take the lead.
Wow.
How about that base running by Jimmy?
Great, because he saw Betancourt froze. He knew that ball wasn't far enough for him to score if the pitcher comes in, but the pitcher did not come in to cover home plate, and that's a baseball player right there. Because you have no time. You just react, you read it, react, one way or the other, and Jimmy Rollins can play this game, boy. Bounces away. Now watch Betancourt. He turns into a spectator. He's looking over at Ryan Howard. He forgot there's a guy on 3rd. Look, watch what he does. And now he's pointing. Wait a minute. Oh, gee, there's a guy at 3rd.
Yeah, Jimmy's thinking I could beat Olivo to the plate.
Well, especially when he's, yeah, exactly. Especially when he saw the pitcher where he was. But that guy forgot about him.
Yep, absolutely. 4-3 Phillies here in the bottom of the 7th. 1-2 the count to Jason Worth. And he fouls another one off. He's getting some good looks at the 94 heat from Rafael Betancourt.
Oh, that's amazing to have a brain cramp like that with a runner at 3rd base and forget the guys there.
It was a great shot, too, because that shot showed that he was pointing toward Ryan Howard.
Forgot about it. But Jimmy Rollins, you know, like I said, there are a lot of guys, you know, you just hesitate even a little bit and don't read what's going on. You have to stay at third base. Rollins didn't.
Another foul ball.
Jason's getting some rips at him.
Saw earlier in the ball game, Jason had a really long at bat. It resulted in a double. There's Jimmy catching his breath. He has the RBI that's tied it and the run that's given the Phillies the lead.
Well, when he's back doing his thing, what a difference.
Eight pitches in his at bat earlier when he had the double. Here's the eighth pitch of this at bat. A swing and a miss. He finally went with something soft, and Olivo, did he touch him? He did, according to the home plate umpire, DJ Rayburn. And the side is retired. But the Phillies scored 2 runs in the inning. One on an RBI by Jimmy Rollins, and then on an aggressive base running play by Jimmy Rollins. He scores on a wild pitch by Betancourt to give the Phillies the lead. Toyota, now's the perfect time to get yours during Toyota's National Clearance Event. Buy Southwest Airlines. Go to southwest.com. Grab your bag. It's on. Buy WB Mason. Who but WB Mason for amazingly low office product prices. And buy Suzuki and the new Kazashi midsize sports sedan. Suzuki, the power of engineering. Top of the 8th, and Jose Contreras, the new pitcher for the Phillies. Miguel Olivo is the batter, and the count is no balls and 1 strike. Placido Polanco moves from second over to third. Wilson Valdez, who came on to pinch hit for Ryan Matson, stays in the game to play second. And there are Contreras' numbers. 40th game, a 4.18 ERA. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2. Contreras, Wheels, he'll be 7th in the order for the Phillies.
Look at the way they got that run last inning, too. And you know, they get to second when Jimmy gets to second when the ball's kicked away, and then he goes to third, you know, where you think, well, that's not that big a deal, but it could be. And, of course, it was, because he gets in that position where he scored on that wild pitch. Because they were just going to let him go there because they want to make sure the infield was back, and they weren't going to let anything get through that would beat them. So their feeling on that is, all right, go to third with 2 outs, and we'll take our chances on the hitter. And I think that's the right way to play. And, you know, then they had the brain cramp on the wild pitch.
0-2 the count to Olivo. Outside. Now, Betancourt did have the brain cramp, but at the time where he just froze on the mound, before he even looked to Howard, even if he had raced Jimmy to the plate, I still think Jimmy would have beat him.
Absolutely. But what kept him on that mound area was him looking over at first.
Yep. Back towards shortstop. Jimmy in and to his left. Has to hurry the throw. And Olivo's retired. Ball wasn't hit that hard. 1 away. And Clint Barmes is due up. And speaking of due up, in the end of August, the Washington Nationals will be up and on the schedule here at Citizens Bank Park. It's a 3-game series. 2 night games, and then Sunday the 22nd is the day game. Get your tickets by going to Phillies.com. Again, ShopRite Cole Hamel's lunch bag cooler, free defense, 14 and under on that final day. It's a great giveaway, and there's some really good giveaways coming up. Again, go to Phillies.com. Today was a great giveaway, as Clint Barmes is the hitter. And it's 1-0 today, thanks to the good folks at Pico, was the Chase Utley figurine, action figurine. Hope all the fans that got one of those enjoyed that. Kept it dry. 2-0 to Barmes, who is 0 for 1 with a sacrifice fly and a walk. J.C. Romero's up in the bullpen. Seth Smith is on deck for the Rockies. He's a lefty. Toward third base, diving play for Polanco behind the bag, throws to first in time to get Barmes. Now, nothing against Cody Ransom or Greg Dodds. I don't know if they would have gotten to that ball that Polanco got to. He was shaded over toward the line a little bit, and he made a very nice play.
Exactly. You know, they're guarding the line a little bit, playing over there. And, you know, Charlie's talking about Polanco a lot before the game about playing him at second. And he makes a great play, as you see, and then pops up. Smith, the average runner, throws him out. And he said, I don't want to get him out of the mix of playing at third base because that's why we signed him. He's our third baseman, and he's going to be at third base. But I just feel once in a while I'm going to do this with the second. But that was some play.
Well, Jose Contreras' afternoon is done. J.C. Romero is coming on to face the left-hander, Seth Smith. In Clearwater, Florida. It's Phillies Fantasy Camp. Call 610-520-3400. You'll meet players like Mitch Williams, Greg Luzinski, Jim Eisenreich, Mickey Morandini, and of course the commish, Larry Anderson, will be on hand as well. Play a fantasy game versus the Legends at Bright House Field. And again, call 610-520-3400. J.C. Romero facing Seth Smith, who's batting for the first time.
Yeah, that was Barmes, of course, that was thrown out at first base. I think I said Smith running down the line. And what a play by Polanco. Now Ryan Howard's on the line at first. Polanco off the line at third.
0-2 the count. Smith just whacks that one off his foot. Louise asks him if he's okay. Phillies bullpen today. Durbin, Matson, Contreras, now Romero in his 34th ball game. A 2.95 ERA. Lefties are hitting 200 against him. Righties 188. Try to check his swing. They appeal. Darryl Cousins says no swing. Wheels, the fans were cheering the sun coming back out during the break.
How about that, huh? Beautiful night here. Evening.
And it is evening. It's after 6 in the east.
Yeah.
Everybody's trying to dry off. The 1-2 pitch. Off his foot again. I think he hit the other foot. Seriously.
I think you're right. Oh, man, that's got to hurt. That's the back one. Did he hit the front one the last time?
The front one the last time. That just barely got the back one, though. It's a good spot, though, because there have been times where that pitch, close to that pitch, has been a strike, and you never know.
Yeah, and you don't want to pitch inside at this part in the game where a home run ties the game because you're pitching to his power if you go middle in.
2-2 the count. Swing and a miss. He got him. 91 on the sinker from J.C. Romero, and Seth Smith is rung up to finish up the top of the 8th inning. No runs, no hits, nobody left. The bullpen is stepping up this afternoon. Seth Smith goes down swinging. J.C. Romero picks up the out. They were trailing it going into the delay. They tied it up and then took the lead in the 7th, and now they'll try to get something rolling in the bottom of the 8th. It'll be Ben Francisco to face Rafael Betancourt, who's been right in the middle of the Phillies coming from behind and taking the lead in this ball game.
And with all this stuff going on today, they still have Ross Claude on deck as Brad Lidge warms up for the 9th. They still have Ross Claude to come out and pinch hit for Romero.
So it'll be Francisco Claude and Carlos Ruiz. Brad Lidge loosens up.
Yeah, as you said, Tom, great job by the bullpen to this point. They've come in and really done their job today.
Francisco's got a couple of hits today, both extra base hits, a 2-run home run and a double.
And Ibanez came up and pinch hit today and got a double
against the left-hander. Yeah, the Phillies have 2 pinch hit doubles this afternoon. Oh, and 2 the count to Francisco as he pulls that foul. There's Chad Durbin, part of the relief work today for the Phillies. He came on and pitched the 6th inning. Betancourt is a strike thrower. That's only the 2nd ball he's thrown today.
Yeah, just fastball slider, and more fastballs, of course, than breaking balls.
Swing and a miss. He got him on a slider, and that was a hanger, and Ben knows it too. He was grunting as soon as he finished off that swing. So 1 out here in the 8th inning. Hey, after the ball game, stay here for John Clark and Jason Stark. They've got all of today's highlights, a look at the week ahead, and everything Phillies baseball. It's the Xfinity Phillies postgame show right after the game on MyPHL 17.
It'll be a little hard to see right now, too, for the hitters, which could help the Phillies in the bottom of the 9th inning, too. The sun is really bright all of a sudden out there in center field.
Here's Ross Glode, pinch hitting here. I almost said he was 0 for 3, but I gave him Cody Ransom and Greg Dobbs at bats. He had a good day yesterday.
Oh, didn't he?
I should say the day before. 1 for 14 against Betancourt.
First game of the series.
Hit a home run into the back of the Phillies bullpen. Lines that one down the right field line. It's a fair ball. Heading toward the corner. This is going to be the 3rd pinch hit double for the Phillies this afternoon. All the issues they've had this year off the bench. And they've had a good afternoon.
Yeah, you certainly have had, Glode is a good pinch hitter. Ross Glode, I've talked about him a lot lately. He's one of those guys. There's Raul's not a pinch hitter, but he did the job off the bench today as a pinch hitter. Glode just hasn't had a chance to win games or do his type of thing because of the offensive problems they've had. Down and in, and he just rips that thing fair down the line. And, they're keeping some balls fair all of a sudden here late in the game that have helped.
Carlos Ruiz is 0 for 3. A strikeout, a ground out, and a fly out to center. Big insurance run out there at scoring position.
See who comes in behind him. It's going to be the shortstop, Barmas.
And a pop-up, shallow right. Herrera, the second baseman, makes the catch. And 2 outs, and that'll leave things for Valdez. Well, just to reset things here today, the Phillies began the day 6 games back behind the Atlanta Braves in the division, and 3.5 games behind the Giants in the wild card. Now, the Braves have already lost 5-4 to the Marlins. So if Charlie's team could finish this game off with a victory, they'd be 5 games back with a pretty good heartbeat right now because of the way things have gone the last couple of days. Wilson Valdez doubled his first time up as a pinch hitter. And he takes a fastball outside.
I expect him to hit the ball to the right at second base, pitching hard away, and they're playing their defense that way.
Valdez's double went that way. It was a flare down the right field line. It turned out to be a ground rule double.
Center fielder Fowler is over towards right center.
And it's 1 ball and 1 strike. That double that Valdez had as a pinch hitter ended an 0 for 15 stretch that he was on. As Charlie said today, he's probably wearing down a little bit, playing as many days in a row as he played.
He just thought he had to sit him a little bit.
We used to see that with Tomas Perez a lot.
Well, he's an extra man. He's not a guy who plays every day. But he's been forced to play a lot. He's playing really well, and they need him because of Chase Utley's injury.
The dirt blocked by Olivo. 2-1. On the Toyota Major League scoreboard, bottom of the 8th inning in L.A. No score between the Mets and the Dodgers. R.A. Dickey went 5 2/3 for New York. Clayton Kershaw has gone 8 innings for the Dodgers.
The Mets don't score a whole lot either, do they?
They do not. Doesn't look that way, at least on this road trip. Their game was on the big board here during the rain delay at the back end after the Braves had lost the Marlins, and their announcers were talking just about that. Not about that catch, but about the fact that their offense was not clicking.
Look at the cheer that went up here with the crowd watching that Florida Atlantic.
Yeah, it was
Wes Helms got that hit to win it.
Well, he'll be booed next time they're in town.
I was thinking they'd boo him today.
2-2 the count to Valdez.
Even further over now is Fowler with 2 strikes. Everything is away, which is what you would expect. He's not going to give any chance to throw anything middle, and then he can hook. And says, "You're going to beat me. You're going to beat me away, and hard away." So Valdez can just eliminate half a home plate right now.
Swing and a miss. He got Valdez, and he is not happy about it. The side is retired. No runs. One hit. One man left in scoring position. We go to the ninth, and the Phillies leading it by 1. We'll turn to Brad Lidge as the Rockies turn to Dexter Fowler. Brad Lidge is on here at the top of the ninth inning. Another day where the Phillies have hit double digits in base hits. They lead it 4-3. And Brad is going to try to retire the top of the Rockies order. 21st game for Lidge. 1-0, 8 saves, an earned run average hair over 4. 22 strikeouts in 17 2/3. Brad, who has converted 41 of his 44 save opportunities here at this ballpark. He is trying to finish off game 3 of this series against the Rockies. Give the Phillies a 4-game winning streak, and boy, do they need it. So it'll be Dexter Fowler, Johnny Herrera, and Carlos Gonzalez. First time in this series that Brad is going to appear as Davey Lopes aligns the defense. He's got Ben Francisco moving over in left field. Victorino is shaded toward left center. The corners are in for Fowler, and he takes one for a strike.
Right, they have to play in on the corners just in case he would decide to bunt here. And, you know, it's interesting. They're going to play Howard on the line and also Polanco in case to prevent him from having a late swing and slicing one down the third base line.
0-2 the count. Now, he pulled a single off of Ryan Madsen through the hole on the right side his last time up.
Yeah, well, they'll take their chances, you know, and just guard the line and give him the hole there, and he's more likely to hit the ball up the middle.
Lidge has gotten Fowler the only other time they faced each other. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him. Where's the ball? It's right behind home plate. Ruiz finds it and then fires one away. He couldn't find it. It was right on the edge of home plate.
Yeah, he was wishing he saw it as well as you did. Here it is, that slider in the dirt. Now, he doesn't know where it is. He's looking all over the place. And then all of a sudden, oh, there it is. Now, don't panic. I got me a fast runner, but let's step out, get a nice angle. Fire, got him. Ooh, that was a little scary.
One away here in the ninth. And here's Johnny Herrera. 1 for 4 this afternoon. Herrera has never faced Brad Lidge. Or I should say he's only faced him one other time, and he takes one on the outside corner. He's 0 for 1 against him.
A lot of sliders here today. And the same thing with Herrera. They're going to pinch him up with the corner infielders in case he were to bunt.
Fastball, little in, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. DJ Rayburn's not biting.
2 fastballs to Herrera. Yeah, that was inside. The guy's done a pretty good job back there today.
There's a slider. Must have been high. And it was away. I mean, Carlos kind of moved the glove, but it's 2-1. DJ Rayburn needs any help. She's there waiting.
She knows it wasn't high and wasn't low, Tom, but it was outside.
That's high and outside. 3-1. Carlos Gonzalez waits on deck.
This is a guy right now, he can run a little bit, but, you know, he's a guy who can knock the bat out of his hands. And nobody knows that more than Lidge. You don't want to give this guy a walk because the odds are he's not going to hurt you with a bat.
And there's ball 4. So he's aboard with 1 out. He's 1 for 3 in stolen bases this year. He's got Carlos Gonzalez now up. Quick visit on the mound between Brad and Carlos Ruiz. Carlos Gonzalez does not have any numbers against Brad. Herrera does have good wheels. His high water mark in stolen bases is 34 in the minor leagues. He doesn't go, and the pitch is taken outside. It's 1-0. Gonzalez has struck out twice today. He's also singled. Off the foot, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Back-to-back sliders, and he's fallen behind 2-1. The guy that's faced Lidge the most off the Rockies is Todd Helton, who's out in Denver. So he doesn't have to worry about him. Everybody else has 3, 4, 2. Not a lot of at-bats against him.
Seems funny going through a series like this without Todd Helton. He's been such a force for them for so long.
It's even 2-2. Got another piece of the foot of Gonzalez. Now, when the Phillies face the Rockies out in Denver later on, as the Dodgers have taken the lead on a Russell Martin RBI double in the bottom of the 8th on the Toyota Major League scoreboard. When the Phillies face the Rockies in September, in the final game, the makeup game, they will most likely see Helton, and they definitely will see Tulowitzki.
2 of the big-time players. Helton fading a little bit as a player. Tulowitzki is a star.
2 balls, 2 strikes, the count to Carlos Gonzalez. Lidge is ready. And a pop-up down the right field line. It's hooking toward the crowd. And Jason gives it a look, and it remains 2-2.
Well, they're going to go talk about it. You got to stay out of that area. You know, they know that. But, you know, and it's hard down there. But you do not want to give anything middle in that area. I'll watch where this thing goes. Oh, boy.
Fortunately, he was out in front of it.
Yeah, fortunately. You know, that slider, you obviously want to throw in that spot. If you do, is a biter that gets way down and in. Off the plate.
Swing and a miss. He got him.
Like that.
Second strikeout for Lidge, 2 outs.
Great job with Carlos Ruiz going out there. You know, I don't know if that's what they were talking about, but I think there's a heck of a chance that it was something in that area. Like, let's stay out of that last area we just threw that. And if we're going to throw the slider, let's throw that biter that goes down and in, and maybe he'll chase it. And he did. And you can't hit that one.
All he needs 1 more out. It's Melvin Mora. who is up now for the Rockies. Mora has been hit by a pitch. He's walked twice. He's scored a run. Polanco is shaded toward the line over at third. Howard holds the runner on at first. The outfield is deep. The pitch. A slider outside, 1-0.
Right, the reason you play your outfield deep is to prevent a double here that could tie the game and make it be at least 2 hits to beat you.
Jason Giambi's on deck for the Rockies. And it's now 2 balls and no strikes.
Good at bat by Moore. He's trying to get Giambi up there and get that tie and run to second. Veteran hitters at bat.
Well, he's taken a lot of pitches today. He's also taken one right in the back.
Guy behind the plate umpire, and he was right that time.
He called it before the ball even crossed the plate.
So he knew that had to be. Yeah.
Brad Lidge, who grew up outside of Denver, facing the Rockies, and behind 2-1 to Melvin Mora. And it's 3-1.
Boy, Mora's taking some close pitches. That was a ball. Tough pitch to take.
There's Giambi.
Still a dangerous hitter.
Looks like he's got his old batting glove. He's got the number 16 on him. Base hit up the middle. Herrera is around second. He thought about going to third, but he stops. And there are runners on first and second with 2 outs for Giambi. So Giambi, who's been a good pinch hitter for the Rockies, and has played a little bit more now that Todd Helton's on the disabled list, is going to be up here to pinch hit against Brad Lidge. And a meeting at the mound between Jimmy Rollins, Ryan Howard, Ruiz, and Lidge. Giambi's hitting .400 here in July. He has 4 hits as a pinch hitter. The potential tying run is at second. Moore is at first. And Ryan Howard will play behind him. Give himself some room over toward the line. See Giambi's numbers overall. Good play by Ruiz, and it's 1 ball and no strikes. 1 for 2 is Giambi against Lidge. Let go by the A's a year ago. Became a pinch hitter for the Rockies and helped them get to the postseason. On the outside corner, and it's 1-1. Giambi says no way. Lidge is saying, how come I didn't get that with Mora at the plate? And it's 1 ball and 1 strike.
Now Giambi, all those years he played with Oakland and the Yankees, he's one of those take a lot of pitch, look at a lot of pitches type of guy, and he doesn't get himself out.
Well, he's walked 4 times as a pinch hitter.
Sure. He knows the strike zone.
2-1 the count. Lidge has thrown a lot of pitches. The splits are even now. 11 balls, 11 strikes. Boy, you almost got him to commit on that one. It's 3-1. They want an appeal.
He's not going to swing at bad balls. That's been his history. You got a pitch to Giambi, and now you got a problem.
3-1 with Ian Stewart on deck.
Technically, you have a base open, but then you have no wiggle room.
With another left-handed batter up. 2 strikeouts, but a walk and a base hit in the inning. And he got that one over for strike 2.
Boy, backdoor slider.
3-2 the count. The runners will be off on this pitch. Phillies lead it by 1 after scoring 2 runs in their half of the 7th. The bullpen has been scoreless over 3 2/3 this afternoon. They need 1/3 more. Herrera's on second. Moore is on first. The runners go, the 3-2. Inside ball 4, and the bases are loaded. And Rich Dubie's going out to the mound. Well, Lidge will probably start to work from the windup in this spot with the bases loaded and Ian Stewart up.
Yeah, he always seems to be more comfortable in the windup, so you would think he would go to it now with the bases loaded.
Stewart has 1 official at bat against Lidge. He's 0 for 1. He's also walked 1 time. 0 for 1 with a walk and a strikeout.
And you can see the difference in players. The players who don't chase pitches have walked in this inning. The players that chase pitches, he's been able to get them. Now we'll see what happens with Stewart here.
Don't forget, after the ball game, stay right here for John Clark and Jason Stark. They've got all of today's highlights and a look at the week ahead. It's the Xfinity Phillies postgame show right after the ball game on MyPHL 17. Ian Stewart's the hitter. Brad Lidge the pitcher. From the windup with the bases loaded. And he delivers outside with a fastball. It's 1-0. Stewart's day, 2 for 4. 1 hit against Chad Durbin. 1 hit against Jay Happ, who started this game. Swing and a miss. He got the slider over, and Stewart was swinging fastball. It's 2-1. A lot of times when Brad is struggling, that slider, not the one that he buries in the dirt, but just the regular slider, gets him back in sync. Let's see if it happens here. A little nervous celebration there. Here comes the 2-1. Another slider whacked on the ground, foul. It's 2-2, and again Lidge watches the crowd. Originally of 44,726 will come to their feet. Two balls, 2 strikes the count. Side corner looking with a slider, and Brad Lidge with 3 strikeouts in the inning. Well, he stunned a lot of folks with the way the inning rolled on, but he's able to pick up the save, and the Phillies have won 4 consecutive ball games. How about that? He strands the bases loaded. 3 strikeouts, 2 walks, a base hit, and the Phillies win it 4-3. Now everybody can smile. A lot of different heroes this afternoon. The bullpen is one big hero. How about the bench? 3 pinch hit doubles, and it was Wilson Valdez's pinch hit double that led to the tying run and eventually the go-ahead run scoring. And the eventual victory for the Phillies by a final of 4-3. Well, Brad Lidge, he was having trouble commanding his fastball and at times the slider this afternoon, but no slider was better than this one. It froze Ian Stewart on the inside corner to give the Phillies the victory.